This story will be told in two parts, because one choice from Ned Stark is too dangerous, too massive, and too world-breaking to fit into a single chapter of history. Part 1 begins with a storm, a broken Targaryen ship, a dead knight, a frightened boy named Viserys, and a newborn girl named Daenerys crying in the wreckage of a dynasty. Robert's rebellion is over. The dragons are supposed to be gone. The realm is supposed to move on. But Ned Stark finds them first, and instead of handing them to Robert, instead of letting the last dragon children die, he makes the most dangerous decision of his life. He takes Viserys and Daenerys north, to Winterfell. Now the children of the dragon are hidden beneath a roof of the wolf, raised under false names, protected by northern silence, and watched by a man who knows one truth better than anyone. If Robert ever finds out, Winterfell will burn. But this is only part 1, because in part 2, the secret begins to crack. Varys sends his birds, Tywin starts asking questions, and Daenerys begins to understand that she was not born to stay hidden forever. This is part 1 of what if Ned Stark took Daenerys and Viserys with him after Robert's rebellion. Subscribe if you are new on this channel. Also, I can see more than 80% plus people watches our video, but they haven't subscribed yet. If you love the Game of Thrones theories and what ifs, subscribe, it means a lot. Also, if you have any story suggestions, feel free to write below. Now let's start.
The storm came down over the narrow sea like a thing alive, swallowing stars and sail and song, and when it cleared, the sky was the color of an old bruise. Eddard Stark stood at the bow of the trade cog Seawolf and watched a shore he had not meant to see. The galley they were chasing had been a Targaryen ship at dawn, low in the water, 3 black banners crawling like worms in the rigging. By mid-morning, the storm had taken her mast. By midday, she had been thrown up on the rocks of a small gray islet half a league off the coast of Crackclaw Point, and her hull lay open like a cracked egg. "Bodies," said Martin Castle beside him. The captain of his household guard had been at the Tower of Joy. His sword arm was still bound from the wound he had taken there. He squinted into the wet wind. "Half a dozen, my lord, maybe more." "And the dragon banners?" "Drowned with the rest, by the look." Ned watched the gulls turn above the wreck, and felt a tiredness in him so deep, it felt like a sickness of the bone. He had crossed half a kingdom in less than a moon, drunk too little water and slept too little, ridden into the desert and out of it again with a baby in his arms and a promise twisting in his chest like a sword. He wanted to be in Winterfell. He wanted to be home. He wanted not to be on the deck of a ship in the rain, looking at another wreck full of dead children. Because there were always dead children when the dragons fell. "Take us in," he said. Castle hesitated. "My lord, we don't know who's aboard, if she's a Targaryen ship." "That is why we are taking her in," Ned said quietly. "I want to see what was aboard her." Robert is in King's Landing." His voice was flat. "I am here." Castle looked at him for a long moment. Then he turned and barked orders, and the Seawolf put about and crawled in toward the islet under reefed sail. The wreck stank of salt and brine and something sweeter underneath, the smell of split timber and spilled wine. The Targaryen galley had been called Wind's Daughter if the half-burned sigil on her sternboard told true. Her captain had tried to run her in close to the islet rather than founder in the deeper sea. He had succeeded. The cost had been her belly, ripped open on a wedge of stone the color of black iron. Ned went over the side himself, with Martin and 4 of his men, leaving the rest aboard with crossbows on the rail. The water was cold enough to bite. The rocks were slick. He had to climb up over a shattered bench where 2 oarsmen lay tangled in their lines, both drowned with their eyes open, both still wearing the red enamel pin of Dragonstone on their collars. Their faces were ordinary. A boy with a bad shave, a man with a broken nose. They could have been anyone's sons. "My lord." He looked up. Castle was crouched in the half-collapsed stern castle, water to his calves, peering into a doorway where a tilted lamp still smoked. He did not turn when Ned came up beside him. He only pointed. There were bodies in the cabin, too. A man in dark mail, his face bearded and white with age, lay sprawled across the threshold with a sword still in his hand and a great splinter of wood through his belly. Behind him, half hidden by an appended sea chest, a young woman lay in a rumpled blue gown, her dark hair plastered to her forehead, her eyes already gone the slate color of the dead. She had been pretty in life. In her arms were curled around something, even now. There was a bundle of cloth, and the bundle was very small, and the bundle was crying. It was a thin cry. It was a tired cry. It had been crying a long time. "Gods," Castle breathed. Ned did not answer. He did not let himself answer. He went forward through the wreck of the cabin, his boots squelching, and bent down, and very carefully drew the bundle out of the dead woman's arms. The bundle weighed almost nothing. It opened a pair of eyes at him that were the color of a winter afternoon when the sun has just gone behind cloud, pale, pale violet, washed almost to gray. A girl, newborn, or nearly so. Her hair, where it stuck to her tiny scalp, was the color of moonlight on snow. She stopped crying. She blinked at him. She made a small, wet, hiccuping sound. Then she put her fist in her mouth and kept watching him. Ned looked down at her and felt the old wound in his chest open up again. "Promise me, Ned." Lyanna's voice. "Promise me." He had walked out of one tower of stone with a boy in his cloak and a name to give him. He had not walked a fortnight before another wreck. Another woman dead in a strange room was offering him another child. The world had a black sense of humor. A noise behind him. He turned. A second figure was crawling out from under the appended chest. It was a boy. 8, perhaps 9, slim as a whip, soaked through, with hair the same impossible color as the baby's, and eyes the same eyes, only burning. He had a knife. He had it pointed at Ned with a hand that shook so badly, the blade made a small jittering whisper as it cut the air. "You will not touch her," the boy said. His voice was high and ragged. "You will not touch her. I am her brother. I am the prince. I am the king. You will not touch her, or I will. Castle made a movement. Ned lifted a hand very slightly. Castle froze. "Boy," Ned said gently, "put the knife down." "You are northern." The boy's eyes had locked on the gray direwolf on the wet wool over Ned's heart. "You are his man, the usurper's man. You came to murder us, all of you came to murder us. My mother said you would come." "Where is your mother, lad?" The knife trembled. The boy's chin went up. "Dead in Dragonstone. She died screaming. They told me she died screaming and I should remember it." "Who told you that?" "Sir Willem." The boy's voice cracked. He pointed the knife at the bearded corpse on the threshold. "He told me to be brave. He told me to keep her safe. We were going to Bravos. There is a house in Bravos. There is a—" he drew breath sharp. He told me. And then the storm." "How long since she was fed?" Ned asked. The boy stared at him. "The babe." Ned looked down at the small, wet, watching face in the crook of his arm. "Your sister, how long since she ate?" The boy's mouth opened, closed, opened again. He had no answer. He did not know. He was a child, after all, even if he was a prince. He was a child who had been told to keep a baby alive on a ship in a storm, and the ship had eaten his nurse and his guards and his whole world. And now a stranger in a wolf cloak was asking him a question he could not answer, because he had not known what to do. The knife in his hand wavered. "Put it down," Ned said again. His voice did not rise. "Put it down and tell me your name." The boy's face crumpled. The knife clattered onto the wet boards. "Viserys," he whispered. "I am Viserys of the House Targaryen, the third of his name, and she is my sister. She was born last night. She was born in the storm. My mother, they said my mother named her Daenerys." The babe in Ned's arms stirred at the sound. Daenerys, born of storm. Ned closed his eyes. For just a moment. He thought of King's Landing. He thought of two small bodies wrapped in red Lannister cloaks, laid at the foot of the throne like an offering. He thought of Robert's face when he had told him. A babe and a girl, killed for the crime of having a father. He thought of Robert's drunk, hot voice. "They were dragonspawn, Ned. I will not weep for dragonspawn." He thought of Robert's wrath, which was a real thing, a great hot animal thing that lashed out and broke whatever was in front of it. He thought of Robert his friend, and of Robert his king, and of the difference there had grown to be between those two men in the last fortnight. Then he opened his eyes. "Martin," he said. "My lord." "Take the boy. Wrap him in something dry. He is going aboard the Sea-Wolf with us." Castle did not move. "My lord." "He is a child." "He is a Targaryen." Castle kept his voice low. The boy was on his hands and knees on the deck now, sobbing into Sir Willem Darry's bloody mail. "Lord Stark, the king has—" "I know what the king has done." Ned's voice was a quiet thing. It was the voice he used in the Godswood on certain mornings before he sentenced a man. "And I know what I will do, and I know what I will not do. I will not put a baby on a rock for the gulls. Are we clear, Martin?" Castle looked at him. Castle had been with the Stark household for 30 years. Castle had carried him to bed when he was 4 and feverish. Castle had been at the tower. Castle had buried his sister. Castle said, very quietly, "Clear, my lord." "Good." Ned looked down at the babe again. She was still watching him. She had stopped hiccuping. Her breath whistled, a thin, small sound. He wrapped his cloak around her, around them both. "Then let us be quick. The tide is turning and I want this wreck on fire before we sail." They burned the Wind's Daughter at the second hour past noon. The storm had pulled back her teeth by then, but the sky was still the color of old metal, and the sea around the islet was crowded with broken oars and torn sail. Ned stood on the deck of the Sea-Wolf and watched the flames take the shattered cabin. He watched until the timbers fell in upon themselves, and the dragon's sigil on the sternboard blackened and curled. He had ordered Sir Willem Darry's body burned with the wreck. The handmaid, too. He had ordered the ship's papers burned, and the ship's strongbox stove in and emptied into the sea. By the time anyone came looking, and someone would come looking, because the spider had eyes everywhere and Stannis Baratheon was no fool, they would find a pyre and a rack of bones and no answers at all. The Princess Daenerys Targaryen had drowned in the storm with her brother and her mother's old knight. So would the song go. So would the song have to go. He turned from the rail. The boy was sitting on a coiled rope by the mainmast, wrapped in 3 blankets, with a wineskin of watered honey water in his small white hands and a face like a wax mask. He had not spoken since he had given his name. The babe was asleep against the wet nurse. The Sea-Wolf's captain had found among the ship's small handful of women a fishwife from White Harbor with a 6-month-old of her own and an iron good sense in her eyes. The fishwife had fed the babe and washed her and bundled her, and now she sat by the boy with her own child on her lap and the Targaryen princess on her shoulder, and she looked up as Ned approached. "My lord." Her voice was low. She'll live, I think. She's a stubborn little thing, latches like a piglet. Good. He crouched down by the boy. Viserys. The boy's eyes lifted. They were red-rimmed. Listen to me, Ned said. You are not going to Bravos, you are coming north. North. The word came out flat. To Winterfell, my seat, my home. You will be my ward. Do you know what that means? A small nod. You will not be a Targaryen there. Not in name. The world believes you drowned here today with your mother's knight. The world will go on believing it, because if the world stops believing it, you will die and your sister will die, and a great many people who have done nothing to deserve dying will die with you. Do you understand? The boy stared at him. Do you understand, Viserys? You, the boy's mouth worked. You are him, Stark, the usurper's dog, Roberts, you are. I am Lord Eddard Stark of Winterfell, and I am the only friend you have left in this world. Ned did not raise his voice. Look at me, lad. I burned a Targaryen ship today rather than tell my king it had washed up here. I have put my house and my honor on the line for the two of you, in the space of an hour, on the deck of a ship I did not mean to be on. Do not test me by being a fool. Viserys looked at him a long time. Why? The boy whispered. Why would you? His face screwed up. I am the prince. I am the king. He killed my brother. He killed Rhaegar. He killed. Yes. Then why? Because you are a child, Ned said. And the babe is a child. And I have already buried more children than I care to, and because. He hesitated just for an instant. He had not meant to say it, but he was tired and the boy's pale eyes were very fierce, and the words came up out of him like blood. Because there has been enough killing of dragons. Whatever else I am, Viserys Targaryen, I am not Tywin Lannister. Now drink your honey water and try to sleep. We sail with the evening tide. He stood. The boy did not answer. The babe slept on against the fishwife's shoulder. The sky overhead had begun, very faintly, to clear. The voyage north was 9 days, and Ned spent most of it on deck in the cold, because every time he went below it seemed Viserys Targaryen was awake again, watching him from a corner with eyes like a pair of held knives. The boy did not eat for the first day. He ate only ship's biscuit on the second. He drank the honey water. He held himself stiffly upright in his blankets and watched everyone, all the time, as if he were a snake in a basket waiting for someone's hand. Ned did not blame him. Ned would not have trusted himself either in that bunk, in that boy's bones. The babe was easier. The fishwife had taken her and would not give her up, and Ned was grateful. Daenerys slept and woke and ate and slept again. And once in a while, when the wet nurse handed her to Ned because she needed to rest her arm, the babe would open her pale violet eyes and stare up at him with a kind of grave, considering attention, as if she were trying to decide whether he was a man or a piece of weather. He found himself talking to her at those times, in a voice he had not used in months. He talked to her about Winterfell, about the godswood and the heart tree, about his son Rob, who was a year old and round-cheeked and already trying to walk, about Catelyn, his lady wife, whom he loved, and who would, he was certain, make some kind of trouble about all of this when he came home. That last thought was a stone. He set it down again carefully. On the 5th day, Castle came to him at the rail and said, in the low, private way he had, "What will you tell her, my lord?" "Catelyn, I and the Meisters and your brother Benjen and old Lord Manderley when we come ashore. The princess can pass. She is a babe. The nurse can carry her cloaked, but the boy. I know. His hair. I know. You cannot die a Targaryen for 10 years and have it hold." Castle looked at him sidelong. Sooner or later. Sooner or later we tell the truth. Ned's voice was quiet. To Catelyn first, then to Luwin. Maester Luwin will know how to handle the rest. The rest of the household will be told what they need to be told. Some lords will know, most will not. And if Robert finds out? Ned did not answer. He looked out at the cold green water sliding by. Lord Stark. If Robert finds out, Ned said, then I will go south and beg him for their lives, and if he will not give them, I will fight him. I rode to war once for a girl I loved. I did not love any of it. I do not want to do it again. But I will, Martin, if I must. Castle was silent. After a moment he said, I thought you might say something like that. Ned closed his eyes. The wind smelt of salt in the far north. Somewhere above them, a gull screamed. Tell the men, he said, that any tongue that wags in the wine shops of White Harbor will be cut out of the head it sits in. I am not joking, Martin. I am tired, and I am sad, and I am not joking. I will tell them, my lord. Good. They came ashore at White Harbor on a gray morning with the bells ringing the 6th hour. Lord Wyman Manderley came down to the docks himself, an enormous man already, even at 26, with a beard like a furze bush and an embrace like a bear's. He clasped Ned's hands and shouted his welcome and asked after the babe, for he knew by then that there was a babe. Ned had sent a raven ahead. He had said only, I bring my lady's ward, a girl child of a friend who died. Wyman Manderley looked at the small bundle in the fishwife's arms, and at the pale, silent boy at Ned's elbow, and asked no questions at all. Wyman Manderley was a clever man. He was also a Manderley, which was to say his house had been driven north 100 years before by southern kings, for keeping faith with the wrong gods. They knew, the Manderleys, what it was to give a child a new name and a new shore and a new chance. They had asked for one once and gotten it, of the Starks of Winterfell. He fed Ned that night in his great hall under the painted mermaids. He gave Viserys a hot bath and a clean tunic and a bowl of fish stew. He gave the babe to the wet nurse he kept on retainer for any traveling lordling who might need one. He did not ask, while Ned was eating, why the wolf cloak by the door had a small streak of dragon-pale hair caught in its weave. He did not ask, while the boy ate, why the boy held his spoon as if it were a sword. He did not ask any of it. When Ned finally said, in the small hours when only the two of them were left at the high table, Wyman, I am going to say a thing to you, and if you cannot hold it in your belly, I would rather you stop me before I say it. Wyman Manderley only set his cup down and folded his enormous hands and said, Say it, my lord, and trust me to be a Manderley. So Ned told him. The story took a quarter hour. Manderley listened all the way through. When it was done, he sat for some time looking at his hands. Then he said, How old is the boy? 8 by his own telling, near 9. And the babe? Less than a moon. Manderley's small eyes had gone a long way away, and the king is told they drowned. The king will be told nothing at all unless the gods are kind. The babe is dead in the storm with her mother. The boy was already across the narrow sea by the songs they sing in the wine shops. If he was on the Wind's Daughter, no one knew of it but Sir Willem and his men, and they are dust. And Stannis Baratheon. Stannis took Dragonstone. Stannis arrived to a fortress already empty. He found a maester and a few servants and a great deal of dust. He did not find a boy. He may have heard of the ship. He may. If he did, he will hear too of how she went down off Crackclaw with all aboard. Manderley nodded slowly. He may swallow it. Stannis is a hard man, but not a stupid one, and a hard man does not chase a wreck across the sea. Very well. He looked up. What do you want of me, Lord Stark? Silence. Yours, always. And a cog. A small one. In a year, perhaps two, I may need to send a child quietly to a place where the world is not looking. I would have that ready before I need it. Done. And if Robert ever asks? If Robert ever asks me, Manderley said, I will give him a great many words, and at the end of them he will not remember what he asked. He smiled, very slightly. The smile did not reach his small, clever eyes. I am very fat, my lord. People underestimate fat men. It is one of our few advantages. My thanks, Wyman. I will charge you a fish for it, one day. Take 100 fish. They left White Harbor 4 days later, riding north along the King's Road. Viserys rode in a covered cart, hooded. The babe rode with the wet nurse in another cart, swaddled to her ears. Ned rode out front with 20 men at his back and his banner furled, because he did not want to ride into Winterfell behind the gray direwolf with a covered cart following him. He wanted to ride in like any traveling lord with 2 foundlings. And only when the gates were shut behind him would he tell anyone the truth. The country was beautiful in the early autumn light. He had not seen it for almost a year. He had not seen his wife in 15 months. He had not seen Robb in 12. He could not feel any joy in it. He kept thinking of the dead handmaid in the wreck. He kept thinking of Lyanna in her bed of blood. He kept thinking of 2 small bodies in red cloaks at the foot of the Iron Throne. He kept thinking of his son, Robb, whom he loved more than he had words for, and of how he was going to ride into his own keep and say to the woman he had married, "My lady, my love, I have brought home from the south 2 children, and one of them is a Targaryen prince, and the other a Targaryen princess, and we are going to keep them." The first night out of White Harbor they camped in the lee of a stand of pines. The wet nurse, her name was Barona, fed Daenerys and laid her in a basket lined with sheepskin. Viserys sat by the fire with his knees drawn up and watched the flames. Ned sat beside him. For a while neither of them spoke. The fire popped. A horse stamped somewhere behind them. The wind moved in the pines and made a sound like the sea. Then Viserys said, without looking at him, "If I run." "Yes." "If I run away in the night. If I take my sister and a horse and run." "Where would you go?" "Pentos." "Pentos is a long ride from here. There is the matter of the narrow sea between you and it." "I would find a ship. Magister Illyrio Mapates." "My Sir Willem said, there is a magister in Pentos, he would take us in." "Would he?" "He would." The boy's voice was thin. "He would. He told Sir Willem so. He is a friend of our house. He will. MMH. You do not believe me." "I believe a magister told a knight a thing," Ned said. "I do not know what was on the other side of the magister's words. Magisters do not love babies. They love profit." Viserys was silent. The fire popped. After a long while he said, "Why are you telling me this?" "Because if you ran tonight, you would be on a horse you cannot control, with a babe you cannot feed, in country you do not know, with men you do not trust hunting you. You would be dead in 3 days. So would she. She is a princess of the blood. She is a baby." Ned's voice was tired. "Dragons have to grow before they are anything else, Viserys. She has to grow." Another silence. The boy said, very low, "You will not let them hurt her." "I will not let them hurt her." "You swear it?" His voice was suddenly fierce. "You swear by your gods, the old gods, the trees. Sir Willem said the Northmen swear by trees. By the heart tree at Winterfell, Ned said, I swear it. While I am Lord of Winterfell, no harm will come to your sister that I can prevent. While I am Lord of Winterfell, no harm will come to you that I can prevent. I will give you a roof, and a bed, and a teacher, and a lesson, and a sword in time, when you are old enough to be trusted with one. I will teach you what I have to give. In return you will not run, and you will not speak your true name in any room where I have not first said you may, and you will be a quiet boy, and a cleverer boy than you have been so far. Do we have an accord, Viserys Targaryen? The boy's small white hand on the log beside him had gone bone-white. And if I do not, then you will be a cleverer boy than you have been, and we will pretend we have an accord, and I will pretend I believe in it, and you will live anyway, because you are a child, and I do not break my word to children even when they have not given me theirs. He thought for a moment that the boy might cry. The boy's mouth did a small twisting thing. His eyes shone in the firelight. But the boy did not cry. He drew in a breath that shook him to his fingertips, and he straightened his back, and he said, in a voice that was steadier than Ned would have given any 9-year-old credit for, We have an accord, Lord Stark. Good. I will not run. Good. I will not speak my name. Good. But, the boy's voice cracked just once and he steadied it again. But she will know it one day. My sister. She will know who she is. She will know whose blood she has. You cannot make a Targaryen forget. I will not let you. Ned looked at him a long time across the fire. No, he said finally. I do not think I can, and I will not try. When she is old enough she will be told. By you or by me or by both of us. That is a promise too. The boy stared into the flames. The wind moved. After a while, very low, Lord Stark. Yes, lad. Why do you keep your word to children? It was not a question Ned had been ready for. He turned it over for a moment. The honest answer was a long answer, and it had a dead sister in it, and a boy with a Targaryen father in his arms, and Robert's face when Robert had said dragon spawn. He did not want to give that answer to a Targaryen child by a fire under a northern pine tree at the edge of his own land. So he said instead, because they remember. The boy looked at him then. Then the boy nodded, once slowly. He drew his knees up tighter. He pulled his cloak around his shoulders. After a little while he was asleep with his cheek against the log, and Ned sat by him through the rest of the watch, and watched the moon climb up over the pines, and thought of nothing and everything, all at once. 12 days later, they rode through the gates of Winterfell. The bells were ringing. The grooms were running. Ned saw the small dark figure of his son first, Rob, balanced on Maester Luwin's hip, fat-cheeked and grave-eyed and clutching a piece of bread, and then he saw Catelyn. She was at the top of the steps to the keep, in a gray dress, her red hair caught back in a northern braid. She was very still. Her hands were folded tightly in front of her, and her face when she looked at him said everything. She had heard he was coming, and she had heard he was bringing strangers, and she had heard he was bringing strangers in covered carts, and she had been counting the days and the rumors both. And she had reached the end of her patience, and was not going to be polite about it for very long. He swung down out of the saddle, he climbed the steps, he took her hands in his. They were cold. "My lord husband," she said, in the high, cool voice she used when she was furious. "Welcome home. My lady, will you tell me what I have brought home?" "Inside," he said very low. "Cat, inside, please." She studied his face. Whatever she saw in it changed her own. The fury did not leave, but it stepped a pace back, and a worry stepped forward to take its place. "Inside," she agreed. The fishwife Barona went up to the women's solar with the babe. The boy Viserys was put in a small chamber under the watch of 2 guards and a cup of warmed milk, which he eyed with suspicion, and then, being a child, drank. Maester Luwin, summoned, came up to the Lord's chamber on his old soft slippers. There was a fire in the hearth. The wind moved at the windows. The shutters had been closed against the autumn cold. Ned told them. It took a quarter hour by the candle. Catelyn did not speak. Her hands grew still in her lap and stayed still. Maester Luwin's eyes, behind his lenses, moved very fast back and forth between Ned's face and Catelyn's, but his mouth did not. When Ned was done, no one said anything for a long while. Then Catelyn drew breath. "You brought a Targaryen prince," she said in a low, quiet voice, "and a Targaryen princess into Winterfell, into our house, into the room next to our son." "Yes." "And your king does not know." "No. And if he ever finds out, he will burn this castle down to the stones." "He will try." "Eddard Stark." She was breathing slowly, evenly, in the way that meant she was holding her temper by both hands. "Eddard, my love, do you understand what you have done?" "I understand." "Do you?" "I have brought home 2 orphans," he said, "the way I brought home John. The way Lord Rickard brought home the Manderley children when Lord Walter died of fever. The way our line has done 100 times. They are children, Cat. They are a babe and a boy. I will not." His voice caught, just for an instant. The road was still in his bones. "I will not let anyone put them in a Lannister cloak. Not while I am Lord of Winterfell." She looked at him. Her eyes were very bright. She had been about to be angry. She was holding it. He watched her hold it. Maester Luwin said, very quietly, "My lord, my lady, may I?" "Yes, Luwin." "It seems to me," the Maester said, "that this is a thing that has already been done. That whether it was wisely done or foolishly done is, with respect, no longer the question. The question, my lord, my lady, is how it is to be carried. 2 children, hidden in plain sight. In a castle of 200 souls and a kingdom of grudges. There are ways to do such a thing. I have read of such ways. We have a fortnight, perhaps a moon, before the rest of the North begins asking questions. I would like to spend that fortnight, with your permission, drawing up a plan." Ned exhaled slowly. He felt, for the first time since he had stood on the deck of the Sea-Wolf and looked down at a babe in a dead woman's arms, something like ground beneath his feet. "Draw it up, Luwin," he said. "Tonight." "My lord." The Maester rose. He bowed. He left. The door closed behind him. In the firelit silence, Catelyn Stark looked at her husband for a long time. At last she said, "Bring me the babe." He almost did not understand her. "Cat." "Bring me the babe, Ned, the princess. Daenerys, bring her here, now, before I lose my nerve." He went. He brought her. The fishwife Barona came with her, wide-eyed, and at Catelyn's steady gesture she handed the small swaddled bundle into Catelyn's arms. Catelyn Tully Stark, Lady of Winterfell, daughter of the Riverlands, wife of the man who had lost her sister by marriage to a Targaryen prince, looked down into the small pale face of Daenerys Targaryen, born last of the dragons, and her eyes filled with a shine that was not anger. "Oh," she said softly. "Oh, you small thing, you small, small thing." The babe yawned at her. Then, with the perfect indifference of newborns, slept again. Catelyn looked up at Ned. Her face had not entirely lost the fury, but it had laid the fury down somewhere for the moment, behind the next thing. "This is going to be very hard," she said. "Yes. You and I are going to fight about it. Often." "Yes." "And the boy," her mouth thinned. "The boy I am not yet certain of, Ned. Do you understand me? The boy I will be watching." "I understand." She looked back down at the babe. "Daenerys," she said very softly, as if she were trying out the shape of the name in her mouth. Then lower, almost to herself. "Dany, we will call her Dany, and in the household, when others are listening, she will be called something else. A northern name, something plain. Sara, perhaps. We will say she is the daughter of a friend." "Cat." "Hush, Ned, I am thinking." She rocked the babe gently, automatic, the way a mother does. Rob was a year old. Her hands knew the rhythm. "And the boy will have a northern name too. We will say he is a cousin of the Manderleys, perhaps. Send to Lord Wyman in the morning. He will help us with that. He will help us with all of it. We will need a story, Ned, and we will need it strong, and we will need it consistent, and we will need every soul under this roof to know it and tell it and believe it. Because the day they stop believing it." "I know." "On that day," Catelyn said, in a tone that was as still and clear as winter glass, "we will be at war." Ned looked at her. He did not deserve her. He had thought so before. He thought so now. "I love you," he said. He had not said it aloud in a long time. She did not look up. She was watching the babe. "I know," she said quietly. "You bloody fool. Now sit down. We have a story to write and a plan to make and a great many ravens to send by morning." Far above them, on the roof of the keep, the wind moved through the bells in the watchtower and made a small high music. The night was very cold. The stars over Winterfell were very bright. In the next room, a Targaryen prince of 9 years lay curled in a too large bed with his hand on the hilt of a knife he had been given against the dark. And across the corridor, a Targaryen princess of less than a moon slept in a cradle of carved oak with a wet nurse from White Harbor sitting beside her. And below them, a Stark and a Tully sat together by the fire in the Lord's chamber and built, brick by brick, the lie that would have to hold for the next 20 years. Far to the south, in King's Landing on the throne of swords, sat a king who did not yet know that anything was wrong. He would not know for a long time. In a small private chamber in the Tower of the Hand, on a dark autumn night with rain on the shutters, Lord Jon Arryn, Hand of the King, foster father once to 2 boys named Robert and Eddard, an old man with tired eyes and a tireder back, read a folded paper that had come up to him from his master of whisperers. The paper said, "The Targaryen children are dead. Princess Rhaella died at Dragonstone in childbed. The babe was named, then died of fever within the day. Prince Viserys took ship for Bravos with Sir Willem Darry. Ship lost at sea off Crackclaw Point in the storm. All hands. No survivors." Jon Arryn read it twice. Then he laid it down on the table and looked at it for some little while, and at last took up his lamp and held the paper to the flame. The paper burned slowly. The flame ate the dragon at the bottom and then the words above it. When there was nothing left but ash, he put the lamp down and sat very still in his chair. After a time he murmured to no one, better perhaps, that they are dead. He could not have said, even to himself, why he did not entirely believe it. But Jon Arryn was a tired man, and the realm was at peace, and he had a young king to keep on a throne, and a young queen to keep from murder, and an old kingdom to mend, and 1,000 other things to think of than the rumor of a wreck. He did not write to Stannis. He did not send to Eddard. He let the paper be ash. It was, perhaps, the only piece of luck the children would have for a long time. Stannis Baratheon, on Dragonstone, On the morning the Wind's Daughter wreck was reported in the White Harbor wine shops, stood at the high window of his solar and looked out at a gray sea. He had taken the castle 3 weeks before. He had found it empty. He had found no boy, no woman in childbed, no babe, only a pale, frightened Maester and a kitchen full of half-eaten bread and a cradle of carved black oak with the dragon worked into its headboard. He had been told the Queen had died there. He had been told the Queen had been taken away the same hour, with the babe, by Sir Willem Darry, in a ship called the Wind's Daughter. He had been told the ship was bound for Bravos. He had sent to Bravos. The Sea Lord's man had written back, courteously, that no ship called Wind's Daughter had made the harbor. Stannis Baratheon, who had never been stupid, had drawn his own conclusions. He had written to his brother the king. The king's answer had come 3 days later in a hand not the king's own. If they are dead, they are dead. If they live, find them. Stop sending me ravens about babes. Stannis had read this letter once and burned it. Then he had stood at his high window and watched the gray sea. He would not write to Robert again, but he would not forget. Far north, in a small high chamber of Winterfell on the same night, Lady Catelyn Stark sat by a cradle of carved oak and listened to a babe breathe. The babe had been given, that morning, 2 names. Daenerys Targaryen, in the small private circle of her brother's bedside and her foster father's silence, and, in the wider household in the rolls of the Stark accounts, Sara Snow, daughter of a low-born friend of Lord Stark's from the south, an orphan of the late war, brought home for fostering. The wet nurse had been given a new name as well, and a new contract and a small purse of silver. The boy in the next chamber had been given a new name too. He had hated it. Cat would not, she thought, ever quite get used to the babe. The babe was not hers. The babe was not even properly her husband's. The babe was a problem and a danger and a treason in a basket. But she had held the babe 4 times that day. She had been the second person, after Barona, to feed her with a milk-soaked cloth when the wet nurse rested. She had been the one to put the small silver bracelet of the Tullys on the babe's wrist, on a long red ribbon, where it could not be mistaken for an heirloom. She had whispered to the babe, alone in the cradle room, when no one had been listening, words she did not entirely remember saying. Now, in the quiet, she sat and watched the babe sleep. A small, small thing. She thought of her own son, asleep 2 doors away, fat-cheeked and whole. She thought of the boy down the corridor, lean and pale and watching the dark. She thought of her husband, asleep at last, his sword on the table by the bed. Dragons have to grow before they are anything else, Ned had said by the fire on the road. She had not been there. He had told her later. She had sat on the bed and listened to the story of the wreck, and the boy with the knife, and the dead handmaid, and the woman with the dark hair in the blue gown, and she had laid her hand on her husband's knee and not said anything for a long while. She bent down now, slowly, over the cradle. She kissed the babe's pale forehead very lightly, where the moon-colored hair was just beginning to come in. "Grow then," she whispered. "Grow well. Grow strong. And God's help us all, little Sara Snow, when you do." The babe slept on. Outside the wind moved at the windows, and the stars over Winterfell were very bright, and somewhere in the south a king dreamed of a war already won, and somewhere on a black island a brother prayed for a kingdom, and somewhere in a northern bedchamber an old Maester sat awake with a quill in his hand and wrote a list, item by careful item, of every step that would have to be taken in every coming year to keep a small dragon and a smaller one alive. The list was long. The Maester's hand was steady. The night was just beginning. Chapter 1 End. Chapter 2 Ash and Ravens. The dye smelt of vinegar and walnut hulls, and it stained Maester Luwin's fingers brown to the second knuckle, and the boy's thin neck the color of weak tea, and the boy did not stop crying for the better part of a half-hour. He cried in silence. That was the worst of it. Catelyn stood by the door of the small workroom under the Maester's turret, and watched a Targaryen prince fold himself in upon a wooden stool, with his arms wrapped around his head, and his face pressed into his knees, while a quiet old man in Maester's gray worked careful streaks of dark dye through hair the color of new snow. Viserys did not howl. He did not curse. He did not throw the stool through the window, which she had half expected he would. He only sat very small with his shoulders shaking, and now and again a muffled sound came out of him that was not a word and was not a sob, and was something worse than either. Luwin worked with the patience of a man who had clipped a great many ravens' wings in his life. He took up another careful comb of the dye paste. He drew it down through the boy's wet hair, slow, root to tip. He talked, low, as he worked. He talked about the way the dye took. He talked about how the color would have to be redone every fortnight at first, and then every moon turn when the boy's hair began to settle to it, and how with care it would never look anything but ordinary. He did not look at Catelyn at any time. He had a kindness in him, Luwin. Catelyn had not always seen it. She had grown up in Riverrun with a Maester who shouted, and she had been 10 years a wife in Winterfell before she had quite stopped expecting a Maester to shout. Luwin did not shout. Luwin spoke to a frightened child in a tone he might have used with a fevered horse, low and careful, and not lying about what was being done to him. When it was finished, when the boy's hair was a wet mat of dark brown, and the dye smell hung thick in the small chamber, Luwin stepped back and laid down his comb. "There," he said. "That is the worst of it. Tomorrow I will rinse it, and you will have a clean head and a strange face for a day. Then we will do it again next moon when the new growth shows." The boy lifted his head from his knees. He looked, Catelyn thought, much smaller than he had at supper the night before. He looked like a boy of 9. He had been a boy of 9 all along, of course, but it was easier to forget that when one was looking at a Targaryen prince. Now there was no Targaryen prince. There was only a thin, wet-haired, brown-haired child with his eyes red, and his lower lip pinched white, and his hands knotted in the lap of his too large gray wool tunic. He did not look at Luwin. He looked, instead, at Catelyn. "You did this to me," he said, in a small, flat voice. "Yes," Catelyn said. "You took my hair. I took your name. The hair will grow. It is not your name to take. It is not yours." "No," she said. "It is not. It is being kept for you. When you are a man grown and you are out of this castle, you may have it back. Not before. Are we clear, Wystan?" The boy flinched at the new name as if she had struck him. Wystan. They had decided on it the night before, by the fire in the Lord's chamber, with Maester Luwin and a list of suitable northern names on a scrap of parchment. Wystan because it was unremarkable. Wystan because there had been a Wystan Manderly 2 generations ago who had drowned at 13, and his line was extinct, and no one would remember him. And Lord Wyman Manderly would gladly write a letter swearing that the boy was a forgotten cousin from a forgotten branch of a forgotten Manderly outpost. Wystan because it was no name anyone would attach to a dragon. Wystan, then. "I am not Wystan. You are while we are listening, you are. And when you are not listening, then you are Viserys." Her voice did not soften. She was finding this morning that her voice could not soften with him. He had been polite at supper. He had held his spoon properly. He had said please and thank you. He had also tried to slip out of his chamber in the middle of the night with the babe in his arms, and Barana had caught him in the corridor with a wide-eyed, silent stare and a hand on the wet nurse's wrist. The wet nurse had screamed. The guards had come. The boy had said, when Ned had come to him in the small hour of the morning, that he had only meant to take her down to the kitchens for warm milk. He had not, of course. He had meant to run. He had been told at length that this was not to happen again. He had been told what would happen if it did. He had also been told, Ned had said, very quiet, very tired, very kind in a way Catelyn had not entirely been able to bear watching, that he was forgiven for it. Once, not twice. So now he sat on a stool with brown dye drying in his hair, and Catelyn watched him, and the boy looked at her with eyes the color of bruised lavender and said in his small, flat voice, "Lady Stark." "Yes, my sister is asleep upstairs." "You will not," he stopped, he swallowed. He started again. "You will not keep her from me, you will not do that. She is my sister, she is the only thing I have left. No one is keeping her from you. Barana will not let me near her. Barana saw you walking down the corridor with her at midnight, Wystan. Barana does not yet know whether to trust you with a kitten." The boy's mouth thinned. "I would not," he drew a breath. "I would not hurt her." "I know," Catelyn said. The truth was that she did know. She had watched him with the babe in his arms in the corridor that night before the wet nurse had snatched her back. She had seen his face. The face had not been the face of a child running away with hostage cargo. The face had been the face of a brother holding a sister who was the last living thing on the earth he could call his own. "I know you would not, but you tried to leave with her. That is a different thing." "I will not try again." "You said that yesterday." "I am saying it again today." "And tomorrow." "And tomorrow," he said. He had stopped looking at her. He was looking at his hands, and the day after, and the day after that. "I have made an accord with Lord Stark. His voice cracked, he set his teeth. "I will keep the accord." She watched him a long moment. Then she said, "Bring me your sister, Luwin, would you? The wet nurse can spare her for an hour." Luwin nodded and went out without speaking. The boy looked up at her. There was something in his eyes she had not entirely expected to see, a kind of small, wary, terrified hope. "You will let me hold her," he said. "With me in the room," Catelyn said. "Yes." She sat down on the bench by the window. She did not say more. She watched the boy from the corner of her eye while she pretended to look at the autumn light on the courtyard cobbles. The boy sat very still on his stool with his hands in his lap, as if afraid to disturb the air. When Luwin came back with the swaddled bundle and laid it carefully into Viserys' arms, the boy did not breathe for a moment. Then he breathed. He drew the babe up against his shoulder the way he had been shown. He bent his head over her. His brown-stained hair fell forward and hid his face. He whispered something into the babe's blanket that Catelyn did not catch. The babe yawned. The babe slept. The babe did not care who was holding her so long as she was warm. Catelyn watched. She did not say anything. The light in the high window moved a finger's width on the floor, and then a hand's width, and the little workroom smelt of vinegar and warm wool and the faint, sweet smell of milk on a clean blanket. After a long time the boy looked up. His face was wet. "Lady Stark," he said. "Yes, Wystan." "Thank you." Catelyn closed her eyes for a moment. She had not expected to be moved. She was moved. "Take her," she said gently. "Just to the door. Barana is waiting." He stood up carefully. He walked carefully. He carried the babe to the door of the workroom and laid her into Barana's arms with a slow gentleness that would have surprised anyone who had only ever seen him with a knife. Then he turned. He came back to the stool. He sat down on it. He did not speak again that morning. Maester Luwin met Catelyn's eyes once over the boy's bowed head. The Maester nodded very slightly. "We will manage him," the nod said. "We will manage him." Ned was in the Godswood. The Godswood at Winterfell was 8 acres of black soil and old trees, oaks and ironwoods and sentinels, and at the heart of it the heart tree, the great weirwood with its red leaves and its carved face weeping the slow red sap. The pool at the heart tree's foot was a black mirror in the early morning light. Ned was sitting on the flat, moss-covered stone by the pool with his Valyrian steel greatsword ice across his knees and a whetstone in his hand and his eyes fixed on nothing. He had not slept much. Catelyn came up behind him on the soft path and stood for a moment without speaking. Her husband always made the small gesture, when she stood behind him in the Godswood, of moving slightly aside on the stone so that she might sit. He made it now without turning, without having heard her, by some instinct she had not yet entirely understood after 7 years of marriage. She sat. She tucked her skirts. She watched the red leaves move. "Luwin has done his hair," she said. "MH!" he cried. Ned closed his eyes a moment. He held his sister. Yes, he held her quite well, in fact. He said thank you to me when I let him. He has not said thank you to me before. MH. Ned was sharpening ice with slow, steady strokes. The stone made a small, quiet sound. The leaves overhead made a smaller one. "Cat," he said after a while. "Yes." "Howland Reed will be here by sundown." She did not turn her head. "You sent for him." "I sent for him 3 days ago. He came faster than I had hoped. He was already on his way north on his own business by the look of it. He camped last night at the Long Lake." "Why is Howland Reed coming to Winterfell, Ned?" He set the whetstone down. He looked at the great pale face in the trunk of the heart tree. The face stared back, eternal, weeping. "Because I trust him," he said, "and because his Crannogmen see further than other men's, and because his spear-wives will be on the Kingsroad before the moon turns, and because I would rather have eyes there, I trust, than not, and because—" he hesitated. "Cat, Howland was at the Tower of Joy." She drew breath. "You did not tell me." "He is one of the 2 men in the world who knows what happened in that tower. The other is me. I will tell him about the children today. I will tell him because Howland has kept secrets longer than I have been alive, and because his loyalty was bought a long time ago in blood, and because no man knows the Kingsroad north of the Neck better than he does. Will you sit with me when I tell him?" She turned then. She looked at her husband. He looked tired. He looked older than he had a year ago. The graying had come into his beard just at the edges, where it had not been before he went south. There was a line at the corner of his mouth that she did not remember. She put out a hand and laid it against his cheek, very lightly, just below the new line. "I will sit with you," she said. "Thank you. You owe me." "I know. You owe me a great deal, Eddard Stark." "I know. I am keeping a tally." He almost smiled. He turned his head and pressed his lips very briefly to the inside of her wrist. "Tally on, my lady," he said. Howland Reed came in by the east gate at the last light, on a small mountain pony, with 2 of his men behind him on smaller ponies still, and a wet brown otter-skin cloak over his shoulders. He was not a tall man. He had never been a tall man. He was perhaps an inch shorter than Catelyn herself, and slim as a willow withe, and his eyes were very green in his thin brown face. He bowed when he came up the steps to the keep. He bowed more deeply than was needed. He had the manners, when he chose, of a man at court. My lord, my lady. Howland. You look well, Lord Stark. I look exhausted. You also look exhausted. I have been on horse for 6 days, my lord. In the solar, come. They went up. Catelyn poured wine. Maester Luwin came in, bowed to Howland, sat by the fire with a piece of parchment and a quill on his knee. The shutters were closed. The windows were dark. Ned told him. Howland Reed listened without moving for the entire telling. His pale green eyes did not leave Ned's face. When Ned was done, Howland set down his cup, set down his hands, and was quiet for a long time. Then he asked one question. How old is the prince? 9. And the princess? Less than a moon. MH. A small silence. Then Howland said, I will tell you what you have done, my lord, in the order I see it. You have taken into your house 2 living dragons. You have committed a treason your king will hang you for. You have given to your lady wife, who already had cause to be vexed with you over your sister's son. And Catelyn's eyes flicked to him. He met them with a small, tired kindness. 2 more children to mother whom she has even less reason to. You have given me a problem. I am pleased about all of it. Pleased. Pleased. Howland Reed's quiet face did not change. I am a man of the neck, Lord Stark. We were the first folk. We have buried Targaryen kings before in our own way. We have buried Stark kings too. The doing of a hard kindness in the dark does not offend us. He drew breath. What do you want of me? Eyes on the Kingsroad. You have them. Eyes on the neck. You have them. Eyes on Moat Cailin and the boats that come up from the south. Long since. And, Ned hesitated, Howland the babe. My lord. If we are caught, if we are taken, if Robert comes north with banners, the boy can pass for a northern bastard. He has the years and the wits and the dye in his hair. The babe cannot pass for anything yet. The babe will have white hair before she is 2. The babe will have eyes that have already begun to settle to violet. The babe. You wish me to take her. If we are taken, only if, only then, to the neck, to Greywater where she cannot be found. Then she will not be found. It was said simply. Howland Reed did not raise his voice. He had not raised his voice once in the half-hour he had been in the room, but Catelyn felt the room change very slightly around the shape of the words. A small pact had been made. A second castle had agreed to stand against the South if the South came calling. It was a small castle. It was a castle made of mud and reeds. It was, she suspected, exactly the kind of castle that Greywater Watch would prove to be. Thank you, Howland. Do not thank me yet, Lord Stark. There may yet be a price. Name it. Not now. One day, a favor, from you or from your son when he sits in your chair. You shall have it. Howland inclined his head. Then he turned to Catelyn. He bowed to her in his chair, and the bow was the courtly bow she had seen him make on the steps. Lady Stark, you did not know me at your wedding, and we have not spoken often since. I will say to you now what I do not say easily. You have a difficult house. I am sorry for it. I am also pleased that the master of the house has the sense to tell his lady wife of his treasons and ask her to share in them. There are some men in this kingdom who would not have. I see why he married you. My lord, she said, surprised. Howland. My lady. She did not know what else to say to him. She inclined her head. He inclined his. After a moment Howland said, very softly, Lord Stark. Yes. There is one more thing you should know while I am here. It is not a comfortable thing. Tell me. Maester Cresson on Dragonstone sent letters 2 days ago to Old Town. He sent them on a fast bird out of Sweetport Sound. The crannogmen on the Hag's Mire saw the bird pass overhead. They could not, of course, read it. They tell me what they saw. The bird went south. Cresson serves Stannis. Yes. And Stannis. Stannis on Dragonstone has been making inquiries. A man of his came up the coast last fortnight asking after the wreck of a galley off Crackclaw Point. He paid in silver for stories. The fishermen of Crackclaw told him stories. The fishermen of Crackclaw will tell anyone with silver any story he likes. And what did he hear? He heard that the wreck went down with all aboard, including the captain, including the Queen's master-at-arms, and including a babe and a boy who had been seen on the deck the day before. He paid an extra silver for the description of the babe and the boy. Ned was still. And then he went south and made his report, and Maester Cresson wrote his letter, and the letter went to Old Town. The letter has not yet gone to King's Landing. It may not. Stannis Baratheon does not love his brother enough to embarrass him, and he does not trust his brother enough to bring him an embarrassment without proof, and he does not know enough yet to call any of this proof. But he is asking. He will keep asking. How long? Months? A year? Longer, perhaps. Stannis is a patient man. He is also a stubborn one. He will not let it go. M.H. My lord. Yes. You will need a story stronger than the wreck. The wreck will hold for a year, perhaps 2. You will need, I think, before 3 years are out, a body. The room was very quiet. Maester Luwin's quill had stopped moving on his parchment. The fire popped. The wind moved at the shutters. Catelyn said, in a voice not entirely her own, a body. A boy of the right age, dead of fever at sea or in a Braavosi alley, with the right hair if you can manage the hair, and a face that has been gone long enough not to remember. I do not say it lightly, my lady. I would not say it at all if I did not think it was the only thing that will silence Stannis Baratheon. The wreck is a story. A body is an answer. Stannis stops digging when he has an answer. Howland, Ned's voice was low. I am not going to murder a child. I did not say murder, my lord. What did you say? I said find. Boys die. They die in the free cities of fevers and brawls and bad water. They die by the dozen. The faceless men of Bravos buy bodies from gravediggers and sell them as gifts. There are in the world quiet ways to find a small dead boy of the right age and put him in a pauper's grave with the right marks on him and the right ring on his finger. I have a friend in Bravos who has done such a thing before. Not for me. For others. The body would not be a Targaryen. The body would be a beggar's son who had died in a fever already, who had been buried already, who would only be moved. A grave dug up. A grave dug down again in a different place with a different stone. It is not a kindness. It is not a clean thing, but it is not murder. It is desecration. Yes. Of a dead child. Yes. Howland. Lord Stark. I am telling you what I would do. I'm not telling you what you must do. You will decide in your own time, in your own godswood, what is to be done. I will say only that if you wait too long, Stannis will come to Winterfell himself and ask his questions in your hall. And Stannis cannot be paid in silver for a story. There was a long silence. Ned ran a hand over his face. How long do I have to decide? He said. A year, perhaps 18 moons, not longer. M.H. I will send what I can find. I will not act without your word. Thank you, Howland. Lord Stark, my lady, I should sleep. I have been on horse for 6 days, and I am old. You are 6 years older than I am, you old. I am 6 years older and 3 years tireder, and I will sleep in your guest chamber by your leave. Go. Howland Reed rose. He bowed. He went. The door closed behind him. For a long time no one spoke. Then Maester Luwin laid down his quill, very carefully, on the desk. My lord, my lady, if I may. Speak, Luwin. Lord Reed is right. About what? All of it. Luwin's voice was quiet. The body, the story, the year. He is right about the body. I am sorry, my lord. I am sorry, my lady, but he is right. Maester Cresson is no fool. Lord Stannis is no fool. The wreck is a story for fishermen. It is not a story for kings. We will need a body. We will need it soon. Catelyn sat very still. Luwin, she said. My lady. You and Lord Reed are talking about cutting a child's body out of a grave. Yes, my lady. In some city we have never been to. Yes, my lady. And carrying it across a sea. Yes, my lady. And putting a Targaryen ring on its finger. Yes, my lady. Or a Targaryen brooch. The ring will perhaps be a Manderley heirloom that Lord Wyman will have agreed to lose. It will need to look as though it was worn for a long time and then stripped from a corpse by a thief. You have thought about this already. Luwin looked at her steadily. My lady, I have thought about every part of this. Since the moment Lord Stark told me, I have thought about almost nothing else. My head is full of bodies and ravens and stories and ages and deaths. I am sorry. It is what is required. She closed her eyes. She had been raised by septas and by a stern father in a castle on a river. She had married a northern man and gone to live in a northern castle in a northern wood. She had been taught, all her life, that lying was a sin and that murder was a sin and that desecration of the dead was a sin worse than either. She had also been taught, by her father and by her septa, and by her lady mother who had died when she was 14, that there were times in this world when a woman took a sin upon herself for the sake of a child, and that she was forgiven the sin in the next life because of the child's living face in this one. She did not know whether she still believed that. She did not know whether she wanted to. She opened her eyes. Do it, she said. My lady. Do it, Luwin. Do whatever Howland advises. Do whatever you must. I do not want to know the details. I want it done quietly. I want it done without a child harmed, without a grave broken twice, without any of it touching us. And then I want it done and not spoken of in this castle ever again. Are we clear, Maester? Clear, my lady. Ned. Yes. You will not speak of this to me afterward. No. You will not speak of it to anyone. No. Then it is decided. She rose. She gathered her skirts. She walked to the door of the solar. At the door she turned. I am going to look in on the babe, she said. Do not follow me. She went out. The door shut behind her. In the solar, 2 men sat by the fire and did not look at each other for a long while. A fortnight after that night, a small fast cog called the Otter slipped out of White Harbor under the Manderley banner, bound for Bravos with cargo of glass and salt, and a single very quiet passenger in a brown cloak. The cog put in at Bravos 16 days later. The passenger went ashore. The passenger was not seen again. 2 moons later, a different cog called the Black Heron put in at Sweetport Sound, in the Crownlands, and there came ashore from her a small, grim man with a sea chest. The sea chest was put on a cart. The cart went up the coast road. The cart came, 8 days afterward, to a roadside in 3 leagues from Dragonstone, where a fire had burnt down to embers, and a body wrapped in oilcloth was found in the ruins of a hayloft by the innkeep at dawn. The body was a boy, 8, perhaps 9 by the look of his bones. Small, fair-haired, no longer fair-faced, the fire had taken much of him. Around his neck on a thong was the pendant of a small black dragon worked in jet, and on the index finger of his right hand was a heavy gold ring, much worn, with the 3-headed dragon engraved on its face. The innkeep ran for the watch. The watch ran for the Maester at Dragonstone. The Maester at Dragonstone, Cresson, came down the coast, rode himself within the day. He looked at the body. He looked at the ring. He took up a candle and looked very long at what was left of the boy's face. He did not weep, Cresson. He had been long past weeping for a long time, but his hand was unsteady when he set the candle down. "Take him," he said to the watch captain. "Take him to the keep. We will give him to the sea in the small boat in the morning, and bring me parchment. I have a letter to write." He climbed back into his cart. He went up the coast road in the failing light. In the morning, Lord Stannis Baratheon stood on the strand of Dragonstone in a cold wind with his lord's chain on his shoulders, and watched a small black coffin rowed out beyond the breakers and tipped, by his own order, into the green sea. He stood until the boat had come back. He stood until the men had gone. Then he turned and went up to the keep and into his solar and sat down at his desk and wrote a letter to his brother the king. The letter said only, "It is done. The line is ended. Stannis." He sealed the letter. He sent it. He went down to his small private chapel. There was still a sept on Dragonstone then, and he knelt, and he prayed. He did not know that he had been lied to. He had no reason yet to suspect it. He had been a hard, careful, suspicious man for the whole of his short adult life, and the gods that day had finally given him a body, and he had held the body in his hands, and he was satisfied. In Winterfell, in the Godswood, by the Heart Tree, Eddard Stark stood before the carved face and looked up at it for a long time in the cold morning light. The wind moved the red leaves. He had not slept again the night before. Catelyn was with the babe. The boy Wystan was in the Maester's turret, learning his letters. Down the corridor Robb was crying about a dropped wooden horse. The household went on. The household went on. Ned bowed his head before the Heart Tree. "I am sorry," he said low, to no one and to everyone. "I am sorry for the boy whose grave I broke. I am sorry for his kin who did not know I broke it. I am sorry for the lie I have told my king. I am sorry for the lie I am going to keep telling. I will pay for all of it in some coin or another in this life or the next. Take the price of it from me, not from them, not from the children, from me." The wind moved. The face wept. A raven on a high black branch tilted its head and looked at him with one round eye and then the other, and then flew. He went back to the keep. That same afternoon, in the smithy, Mikken the mastersmith hammered out a small iron token at Lord Stark's request. The token was the size of a copper penny. It bore on one face the running direwolf of House Stark, and on the other a small, rough, leaping fish. Lord Stark gave the token to the boy Wystan that evening, in his chamber, in private, with no other witness but a candle. "Wear it under your tunic," he said, "always. Not the dragon you have hidden under your pillow. The dragon will give you away. This is the token I am giving you. It is the seal of a Stark fosterling. It says to anyone who looks that you are a child of this house. If we are ever parted and you are ever in trouble and you can find a man flying the wolf banner, show him this. Tell him you are Lord Stark's man. He will take you in. He will not ask questions." The boy looked at the token in his hand. "Lord Stark." "Yes, lad." "Why are you giving me this?" Because I told you I would not let harm come to you. You said, while you were Lord of Winterfell. I am still Lord of Winterfell. And if you are not, one day, then I will have given you a token by which someone else who wears my house's badge will know you, and he will help you, even when you are dead. Ned looked at him. Yes, he said quietly, even when I am dead. The boy's hand closed on the iron. His knuckles went white. He did not look up. Thank you, Lord Stark. Don't thank me. Wear it. I will. And one more thing, Wystan. Yes. If you ever try to take your sister out of this castle in the night again, I will know, and I will catch you, and I will lock the both of you in this chamber and put a man on the door, and you will not see your sister for a moon. Are we clear? Clear, Lord Stark. Good. Ned set his hand briefly on the top of the boy's freshly dyed brown head. He left the chamber. The door shut behind him. The boy Wystan, who was not Wystan, sat for a long while on the edge of his bed with the little iron token in his closed fist. He turned it over once. He turned it over again. Then he opened the small chest at the foot of his bed and laid the token inside, very carefully, on top of the small folded bundle of dragon-scale silks that had been his sister's mother's, and that had been packed for him in a hurry by Sir Willem on the night of the storm. He shut the chest. He locked it. He put the key under his pillow. Then he went to bed, and he lay a long time staring at the ceiling, and he tried very hard not to cry. He did not entirely succeed. But no one was watching him. It was on the third morning after Howland Reed's departure that Robb Stark, aged 1 year and 3 moons, walked his first 3 steps unaided. He took them across the great hearthrug in the Lord Solar, from the leg of his father's chair to the leg of his mother's stool, with his small fat hands held out for balance, and a look of grave concentration on his round face. And on the 3rd step, he sat down hard on the floor and laughed a great delighted laugh, as if he had done a clever thing on purpose. Catelyn caught him up. Ned set down the ledger he had been reading slowly, as if he had been struck. The boy Wystan, sitting on the window-mat with a slate in his lap, lifted his head from his sums and watched the small Stark heir crow at his mother and reach for her braid. Wystan did not speak. He did not smile. He only watched. There was a small straight line between his pale eyebrows that had not entirely been there before. Catelyn saw it. She handed Robb back to his nurse, smoothed her skirts, and walked across the solar to the window-mat. She sat down on the cushion next to the boy. The slate in his lap had a row of 5s written in a small, careful hand, and a smudge where his thumb had rubbed. "He is 1 year old," she said quietly. "He has just walked. It is a thing he was meant to do." "I know." "Then why does your face look like that, Wystan?" The boy did not answer for a moment. Then he said very low, "Rhaegar's son walked at 10 moons. Sir Willem told me. He said Aegon walked at 10 moons in the Red Keep, and that I had walked at 11, and that my father had said the elder of us would be the better king for being the slower. I was thinking of him. Of Aegon." "Yes." The boy's mouth twisted. "He was killed in his nurse's arms by the mountain, with a Wystan." "Yes, my lady." "You will not say his name aloud in this room." "No, my lady." "You will not say it where any servant can hear." "No, my lady." "And when you think of him," she paused. She did not entirely know what she had meant to say. The boy's eyes were on her, dark with a kind of hard, small attention she had learned in only a fortnight to recognize. She tried again. "When you think of him, Wystan, think well of him. Think kindly. He is your kin. He was a child. But do not think of him in front of my son. Robb has done nothing. Robb is a year old. Robb is not the man who killed your nephew. Do you understand me?" "Yes, my lady." "Look at me, Wystan." He looked at her. His eyes were wet. They were not crying. They had the wet look of a boy who has decided he will not cry anymore until he is alone. "Robb is your foster brother now," Catelyn said. "He will grow up calling you cousin. You will grow up calling him cousin. If you ever lay a hand on him in anger or cause him to come to harm by a word or a deed, I will know it, and I will not forgive it, and I will not forgive you. Are we clear?" "Clear, my lady." "And if you ever protect him in a moment when you might not have, I will know that too, Wystan. I will not forget that either. Are we clear?" The boy looked at her a long moment. "Clear, my lady." "Good, show me your sums." He held up the slate. The fives were neat. Maester Luwin had taught him fives that morning. She tapped one of them with her fingernail. "This one's tail wants curving more." "Yes, my lady." "Do them again." "Yes, my lady." She stood up. She left him on the window-mat with his slate. As she went past her husband's chair, Ned caught her wrist very lightly and held it for an instant. He did not look up from the ledger. He did not say anything. He only held her wrist for that small instant. Then he let go. She walked out of the solar. In the corridor, with her back against the cold stone, she stood for a moment and pressed her hand flat against her mouth. She did not cry. She did not have the time. That same hour on the east road 3 leagues out of Winterfell, Howland Reed rode south at a quiet pace on his small mountain pony, with his 2 crannogmen behind him and a cold wind in their faces. They did not speak. They were not men who spoke much on the road. At the crossing of a small stream, Howland reined in. He turned in the saddle and looked back, north, at the high gray shapes of Winterfell's towers above the autumn trees. He looked for a long time. Then he turned forward again. He nudged the pony into a walk. "Dild," he said. "My lord." "Word to your cousin Mealy's at the Twins. Word to your brother at White Knife. Word to my wife. Eyes on the road. Eyes on the river. Eyes on the seas. Anyone asking after a babe born in a storm to a queen of dragons gets a smile and a shrug and his name written down on a slip and sent to Greywater. Are we clear, Dild?" "Clear, my lord." "And Dild?" "My lord." If anyone asks the question, and the same man asks it twice, he does not ask it a third time. Just so. The crannogmen rode on south through the autumn afternoon, and the road was quiet for a long while, and the wind moved in the pines, and somewhere far above a single raven circled twice and dropped away to the east. The next morning a raven came down from the sky in the Maester's tower, tired and with a torn primary in its left wing, bearing a small sealed roll. It was not from Stannis. It was not from Robert. It was from Lord Wyman Manderley. It said only, "He has put your name to the boy. The otter is home. The black heron is home. We have a fish for your wolf one day, W." Maester Luwin read the message. Maester Luwin took the message to the Lord Solar. Maester Luwin laid the message on the desk in front of Eddard Stark. Eddard Stark read it. Eddard Stark held the small piece of paper to the candle and let it burn. When the ash had cooled, he swept it into his palm and walked out of the solar, and down the steps, and out into the godswood, and let the ash go from his open hand into the black pool at the foot of the heart tree. The pool drank it. Far away, in a small gilded cabinet in the Tower of the Hand in King's Landing, Lord John Arryn read a brief sealed letter from Lord Stannis Baratheon of Dragonstone that said, "It is done. The line is ended. Stannis." John Arryn read the letter twice. He laid it carefully aside. He did not, that day, mention it to the king. The king was hunting. The king was always hunting. The king was tired of dragons. In the small dark chambers under the Red Keep, in a room without windows, a fat eunuch in a perfumed robe sat on a stool and listened to a small boy whisper to him in his ear. The boy whispered, among other things, that a manderly cog called the Otter had carried a quiet passenger to Bravos and back, and that the quiet passenger had been seen by one of the eunuch's little birds, paying coin to a faceless man. The eunuch listened until the boy was finished. He gave the boy a sugared fig. The boy went away. The eunuch sat on his stool a little while. Then he laughed very softly to himself. It was not a kind laugh. It was the kind of laugh a man laughs when he has noticed a small bright thing in the corner of a great dark room, a thing no one else has noticed, and is putting away, in the quiet, careful drawer of his mind, the precise location of the thing for use at some later hour. "Well," said Lord Varys, the king's master of whisperers, to no one at all. "Well, well, the North does keep its secrets, or thinks it does." He folded his small fat hands. "Let us see, my Lord Stark, how long you keep this one." He blew out the candle. In Winterfell, many leagues to the north, in the cradle in the Lord's chamber, the babe Daenerys Targaryen, called Sara Snow, slept a deep, sweet, milky sleep, and the lady Catelyn Stark, who was at last beginning to call her Dany when no one else was listening, sat by her in the firelight with a cup of warm wine and a small book of Septa's prayers in her lap, and the night, for once, was quiet. It was the last quiet night they would have for a long while. Chapter 2 End. Chapter 3 Wards of Winterfell. 4 winters after the storm, the godswood at Winterfell was full of running children. 3 of them, to be exact, although a person not paying attention might have counted 4, because the shadow of Robb Stark and the small, fast-moving shape of Daenerys called Sara were so often within a foot of each other that they rayed, in motion, as a single child split lengthwise. They had been born within a moon of one another. They had drunk, briefly and at separate teats, from the same wet nurse. They had taken their first sleeps in the same nursery in the same season, in 2 cradles set toe to toe so that Barona could rock both with a single foot. The 4th child was Jon Snow, a year younger because the Maester had said so, but really born in the same long autumn, Lyanna's son, lean and dark-haired and grave, with a stark face that gave Catelyn Tully Stark a small, painful pang every time she saw it from a particular angle. Jon ran a little behind the others. Jon ran a little behind everything. Jon liked to watch. They were playing at battle in the leaves. Robb was the king because Robb was always the king. Sara was the dragon. Jon was the knight. The dragon was supposed to be defeated by the knight and pledge fealty to the king. The dragon was not cooperating. "You have to fall down," Robb shouted, hands on his small hips, sword of stick brandished. "Sara, dragons fall down." "I'm a dragon," said Sara, in a small, clear, completely serene voice. "Dragons don't fall down, they eat knights." "Then I shoot you with arrows." Robb held up another stick, this one shorter, and made a sound that was meant to be a bowstring and was instead a very wet raspberry. Twang. "You have no arrows." "I have 100 arrows." "You don't even have a bow." "Sara." "And my fire," said Sara, calm as a small queen, "burns up your arrows in the air." "You don't have fire." She closed her eyes. She put up both her small hands. She blew out of pursed lips a long, careful breath. She made a small, perfect, comical roaring sound that was half kitten and half creaking gait. Then she opened her eyes and looked at Robb expectantly. Jon Snow, 4 years old, scuffing red leaves with one boot, said quietly. I think she got you, Rob. She didn't. She did. There was fire, I saw it. You're on her side. I'm a knight, Jon said gravely. Knights are on the side of the truth. Both of you are Rob started. He didn't finish, because at that moment the Godswood gate creaked, and the boy Wystan came in through it with a long stick of his own across one shoulder and a bow on the other. And Rob's small, thunderous face went still as a wolf cub's at the smell of an older wolf. Wystan, he said. My lord, said Wystan. He bowed. The bow was not quite a mockery, it was not quite not. He had been 13 for 3 moons, and his voice had cracked twice in the last fortnight, and his shoulders had grown wider, and his face had grown longer. And the dark dye in his hair had at last begun to take properly to a color that did not look like dye but only like a slightly wrong dark brown, the sort of brown a person would not look at twice. The line of his jaw was not, however, a thing that could be hidden. Catelyn had said only the week before, watching him cross the yard, that he looked more and more like his brother, by which she had meant Rhaegar, and the saying of it had silenced the Lord's chamber for a long quarter-hour. He came up the path. He did not look at Sara. He did not look at her. Catelyn had noticed long ago, when other children were in the same garden, only sideways, only when there was no one watching. He had been told, when he was 11 and had cried about it, that he could not be seen too tender with his sister or someone would mark it. He had taken the lesson. He had taken it harder, perhaps, than was needed. When he wished to play with his sister now, he came in private to the Lord's chamber after dark, after Barana's evening, and Catelyn would let him in, and he would sit by Sara's bed and tell her stories of dragons until she slept. He had done this every evening for 4 years. Catelyn had not told the household. She had not told Maester Luwin. She had told Ned. Ned had said only, "Good, let it be." Lord Rob. Wystan. The Master-at-Arms says you are late. I am playing with my sister. You are playing with my sister, you mean. Rob's small face flushed. He had grown up calling Sara his sister. He had been told when he had been 3 that she was his cousin. He had not at 3 quite understood the word. He had at 4 come to know it. He had at 4 also come to understand, by some small osmosis of children watching grown-ups in corridors, that there were words and that there were truths, and that the truth in his house was that Sara was his sister, even though the word he had been given for her was cousin. And now the word that this older brown-haired boy had used on him in front of the Godswood was a different word still. And Rob, being 4, did not entirely know what to do with the difference. He squared up. She's both, he said. Wystan looked at him. She is yours and mine, Rob said, with the dignity of a 4-year-old who has gotten a sentence right on the first try. She is everyone's. She lives in our house. There was a small, brief, complicated silence. Then Wystan said low, "Aye, so she does. Get to the yard, Rob, Sir Roderick's waiting." "You come too." "I'll come." Rob went. Jon Snow went after him, casting a glance back over his shoulder that took in Wystan and Sara, and the leaves on the wood path, all in one careful Stark stare, and then he was gone too. Sara was left standing in the leaves looking up at her brother. She was small for 4. She was pale. She had eyes the color of mountain violets in a clay pot. Her hair, despite Maester Luwin's quiet hopes, had refused all dye attempts past her first year, on account of skin too tender, and a tendency to weep blisters where the dye touched her scalp. Luwin had, after the 3rd try, declared in the Lord Solar that they would have to hide it under hoods, and let the household think the child had a sensitivity to sunlight that required a cap at all times. The hood worked. The household had grown used to it. The hood, today, was lying on a flat rock by the pool where Sara had thrown it. Because she did not wear her hood in the godswood, because no one came to the godswood except family. The hair beneath the hood was pure pale moonlight. "Wystan," she said. "Sara, Rob is wrong." "About what?" "He's not the king." "No. You're the king." Wystan went very still. He had been still in any number of small, terrible moments since the storm, still on a deck where a man was dying, still under a maester's brown comb, still in a corridor with a baby in his arms, still in front of the heart tree the day his hair had been cut for the first time and he had tried not to weep. But this stillness was different. This stillness was a stillness in his face. He crouched down so that his eyes were level with hers. "Sara." "Yes." "Why did you say that?" "Because you are." She blinked at him. "Mama says you are. Lord Stark says you are not, but he means in front of people. In front of just us you are, I know." "You are 4 years old, Sara." "I am 4.5, Wystan." "And how did you decide I am the king?" "You told me, the story, the boy in the storm." "I told you that story to put you to sleep." "I listened to it anyway." "Sara." "Yes." "You will not say that again, where anyone can hear you." "I know." "Do you?" "Yes, Mama said, Lord Stark said, Maester Luwin said, Baroness said, you said." She lifted her chin. There was a small, wholly unconscious imperiousness in the lift. "Lots of people said, I am not a dumb child, Wystan." He laughed suddenly, in spite of himself. It was a strange laugh. It was the first laugh Catelyn Stark would have ever heard out of him if she had been there to hear it, and she would have been startled at the soft, pleased pain of it. Wystan did not laugh in front of the household. Wystan did not, very often, laugh at all. "No," he said, "you are not a dumb child, sister." "What is dumb?" "Stupid." "I am not stupid." "No." "I know lots of things." "Yes." "I know my numbers. I know my letters. I know the names of the 10 houses of the Stormlands." "That is more than I know." "I know what to call you in the dark." He swallowed. "Yes." "I know what to call her in the dark." She pointed up with a small grave finger at the high red weirwood above them. "She is the Lady of Trees. Mama doesn't believe in her. Father does. I do." "Father," Wystan said. "Sara." "He is not your father," she said carefully, in the patient tone of a child who has been corrected on this many times. "I know. He is your foster father. He is mine too, but I call him father in justice. Mama said it was all right. She said to call him father in justice if I wanted to. So I do." "And what do you call your real father?" "The Mad King." She said it without any particular inflection. It was a fact she had been told. She had been told it by Wystan, in the dark, in the long winter evenings of her last 2 years, when he had sat by her bed and told her, slowly and under his breath and in pieces, who she was. He had told her about her father Ares, who had been mad. He had told her about her brother Rhaegar, who had been kind and clever and beautiful and had made a great mistake. He had told her about her mother Rhaella, who had died in a storm. He had told her about her nephew Aegon and her niece Rhaenys, who had been killed in the Red Keep by a man called Gregor. He had told her about Princess Aelia of Dorne. He had told her about the Iron Throne. He had told her about dragons. He had told her about Aegon the Conqueror and his 3 sisters, and about the doom of Valyria, and about old guys, and about 1,000 things out of small dusty books that Maester Luwin had not given her yet, but that Wystan had stolen from the library. He had told her also that none of this could ever be said aloud where anyone but him could hear. She had taken the lesson. She was, Wystan often thought, a better student than he had ever been. Sara. Yes. Run up and get your hood. Why? Because you are out without it. There is no one in the godswood, Wystan. There is me, there is you. There is the heart tree, get your hood. You are bossy. I am your brother. Brothers are not bossy. All brothers are bossy. Then I will be bossy too, one day. I look forward to it. She gave him a small, disdainful look. Then, because she was 4, she ran across the leaves and snatched up the hood from the rock and put it on, and the long pale braid disappeared under gray wool, and she became, again, a stark fosterling of plain face and dark cloak. She turned. She held out her hand. "Walk me," she said. "Sara." "Walk me, Wystan." He walked her. They went up out of the godswood hand in hand, the older brown-haired boy and the small hooded girl, and at the gate of the wood Wystan looked left and right twice before they stepped through it into the yard. And only then did he let go her hand, because in the yard there were always eyes. In the yard the eyes that day belonged, primarily, to Sir Roderick Castle. Sir Roderick was the master-at-arms of Winterfell, and the brother of Martin who had died of a fever in the 2nd year, taken, for all his stubborn honor, by a chest cold in a winter that had not even properly begun. Roderick was 3 years older than his brother had been, twice as broad, with side whiskers as white as a fresh snowfield and a temper when crossed, that he did not bother to hide. Roderick was also the only man in Winterfell, besides Lord Stark and Maester Luwin and the Lady Catelyn, who knew the truth of the boy Wystan, and had known it almost from the beginning. Ned had told him in the 2nd moon, after long thought. Roderick had taken the truth in his hand like a stone and turned it once and put it away, and never since referred to it in private or in public. He was a castle. They had served Winterfell since the long night. He was standing in the yard with a wooden practice sword under his arm and a cup of cold ale in his hand, and a face that said very plainly that he had been kept waiting. Robb Stark, 4 years old and small as a turnip, was already in the yard, swinging at a straw man with a stick that was about 1/3 his own height. Jon Snow was beside him, doing the same with a slightly straighter stick and a slightly graver face. Theon Greyjoy was sitting on a fence rail watching them. Theon was 8. Theon had been at Winterfell for 3 years now as a hostage of Lord Balon's recent rebellion that had not happened yet, but would. He had a wide, watching, faintly mocking face that Catelyn did not like, and that Ned had told her was the face of a boy whose father was a fool and whose home was very far away. Theon waved at Wystan as he came into the yard, and Wystan, who did not particularly like Theon either, waved back without smiling. "My ward returns," Sir Roderick said dryly, "from his sojourn in the Leaves." "My apologies, Sir Roderick." "Apologies are pretty things, lad. Have you a sword?" "Yes, sir." "Then we will see how the Leaves have taught you to use it. Take your stance." The wooden swords clacked. Wystan found, as he always found, that the moment the practiced sword was in his hand the small, hot, guilty thing in his chest went quiet for a little while. He had not loved swords as a boy in a tower in Dragonstone. The sword had come to him only here, in the yard at Winterfell, under Sir Roderick's white whiskers, and he had taken to it the way a thirsty thing takes to water. He was good for 13, and Sir Roderick knew it, And when Sir Roderick allowed himself to be visibly pleased about it, Wystan felt, for a small precious quarter hour, like a boy who had a place in the world and not a Targaryen prince hiding under his own face. They worked for an hour. Sir Roderick called the strokes. Wystan answered them. Robb Stark and Jon Snow and Theon Greyjoy stopped their own play to watch, and one of them, Robb, called out after a particularly clean parry, "Wystan," in the full, enthusiastic voice of a 4-year-old who has not yet learned to hide his admiration. Wystan, mid-stroke, almost flubbed his next parry from the small, surprised pleasure of it. Sir Roderick clipped him on the wrist with the flat of his blunt blade. "Eyes on me, lad." "Yes, sir." "Praise will spoil you faster than a Lannister will, lad. Eyes on me." "Yes, sir." They worked another half hour. By the end of it, Wystan was sweating through his tunic and breathing hard, and his shoulders ached, and Sir Roderick clapped him on the back once with a hand that nearly knocked him over and said, "Better. Tomorrow at the second hour. Don't be late again." "No, sir." He went back to the keep with Robb and Jon trotting at his heels, and on the steps to the keep Lady Catelyn was standing with the small Lady Sansa on her hip. Sansa was a year and a half old now, all red gold curls and small grasping hands, a child of Tully blood through and through. And she looked at Wystan when he came up and gave him the small nod she had taken to giving him sometime in the last year, the nod that said, "You have done well." He bowed to her. He went on past her into the keep. He did not see, because he was looking at his boots, the small, queer, pleased smile that Catelyn allowed herself at his back. He had not seen any of those small, queer smiles in 4 years of them. They were not for him. They were for her. Catelyn Tully Stark had not entirely realized until the last spring that she had become something of a mother to Wystan Targaryen as well. She had not decided, even now, whether to be grateful for it or to be afraid of it. Mostly she was grateful. Mostly. That night in the Lord's chamber, a raven came down out of the dark and tapped at the small high window. Maester Luwin was not in his turret to receive it. Maester Luwin was, by the unfortunate choice of the day, abed with a hot stone at his back and a foul mood about his hip, on account of the northern damp having returned with the autumn, and his old joints having opinions about it. So it was Lord Stark himself who, hearing the small dry rap of beak on glass, opened the casement. The raven came in. The raven hopped to the desk. The raven extended its scrawny black foot, where a small ring of paper was tied, and waited with ill grace for the parchment to be removed, and a piece of dried bacon offered in exchange. Ned removed the parchment. He gave the bacon. He read. He read it twice. Then he sat down very slowly in his chair and looked at the candle. "Cat," he said. She was sitting at the hearth with the sleeping Sansa on her shoulder and a small piece of weaving in her lap. She lifted her head. "Yes, my love. Stannis is coming north." She did not move for a moment. Then, very carefully, she set the weaving aside. "To Winterfell. To White Harbor. On the king's business. Tax matters, the letter says. Inquiries into the Manderley accounts. He will be there in 3 weeks. Stannis on the king's business." "Yes." Stannis, who once made inquiries about the Wind's daughter. "Yes." And whose Maester wrote to King's Landing 4 years ago to say the line was ended. "Yes." And who has not been to the north in his life, who has never come north of the Trident in anything but armor, who has not shown a particular love of the king of late, by all reports. No. Who is suddenly, after 4 years of leaving us be, interested in the books of Lord Wyman Manderley. "Yes." She drew a breath. "Eddard." "Yes." This is not a tax matter. I am aware. He has heard something. Yes. What? Ned ran a hand over his face. The candle flame guttered. He will not have heard the truth, he said. If he had heard the truth, he would have ridden with banners and crownland horse, not with quills and ledgers. He has heard a thread of something. A cog called the Otter. A passenger paid in coin. A boy buried at Sweetport 4 years ago who did not entirely match his ring. He is a stubborn man. He has been pulling slowly on a single thread. He has felt it twitch. And he is coming to White Harbor. To pull harder. Eddard. Yes. Will he come on to Winterfell? That is what we will have to decide. Decide whether to invite him. She stared at him. Cat. If he comes to White Harbor and sniffs around the Manderley books and rides home to Dragonstone, he will sniff again next year, and the year after, and the year after that. And 1 year he will find a thread he can pull all the way home. If he comes to Winterfell on a polite winter visit, drinks wine in our hall, sees our children, sees our wards, sees our books, sees that the Lady Sara is a small 4-year-old with a delicate skin and a hood and a northern manner, sees that the boy Wystan is a Manderley cousin learning his sword, sees that we are the same boring Northmen we have always been, then he goes home. He goes home and he does not come back. He may even, I think, write a small letter to his brother saying that he has assured himself there is nothing to assure. That is what we want. Ned. I know. That is a great deal of risk. Less than the alternative. Stannis is, she paused. Stannis is not Robert. He is not an angry man. He is a careful one. He looks at a thing for a very long time. He notices. Yes. He will notice Sara. He will notice every child in this castle. He will notice the way our chambermaid breathes. He will notice the cook's left thumb. We will not hide her by hiding her. We will hide her by putting her plainly under his nose with a northern name and a northern hood, and a northern story so well rehearsed that the only thing he can find to suspect is that we have rehearsed it. Ned. I know it, Cat. I have been turning it for an hour in my head. I have not slept. I will not sleep tonight. She came across the room to him, the sleeping Sansa still on her shoulder. She put her free hand into his hair. She pulled his head against her hip. He closed his eyes and let his forehead rest there for a moment. All right, she said softly. All right, we will plan. In the morning. In the morning. Cat. Yes. There is one other thing. Tell me. He drew breath. He sat up. He looked at her. There is a thing the babe did this morning, by the candle. While Barona was changing her linen, she put her small hand in the candle flame, down to the wick. She held it there for a count of 3. She took it out again. There was no mark. Catelyn Stark stood very still. Eddard. I saw it. I was passing. I did not say anything in the room. Barona did not see. I came back. I held the babe's hand. There was no burn. There was not even a mark. There was no smell of singed skin. There was nothing. Eddard. I know. She is 4. I know. She has done this before. She must have. She has put her hand in candles. She has put her hand near hearths. And she has said nothing about being burnt because she has not burnt. I know. Catelyn closed her eyes. She thought of her own childhood, of Riverrun, of her septa, of her mother who had told her, over and over, that dragons were creatures of legend, and that legends often had a grain of truth in them and a great many grains of nonsense. She thought of the small singed pages she had heard of in Maester Lewin's library, in books from old Valyria that spoke of the blood of the dragon and what it could and could not do. She thought of the babe, 4 years on, who slept 3 doors down with her thumb in her mouth. She thought, also, what other small house secrets might the babe have that we have not yet noticed because we have not been looking? "We will not tell her," she said. "No. We will not tell Wystan. No. And when Lord Stannis comes, she does not go near a candle while he is in this castle. No. We will say she is afraid of fire. Yes. That is a fine joke. Cat, I do not know if I can laugh tonight." "No, my love, neither can I." They sat by the fire for a long time. The babe Sansa breathed evenly on Catelyn's shoulder. Outside, the wind moved at the shutters. In the next chamber, Wystan slept. In the chamber beyond his, Sara slept. In the nursery, Robb slept, and Jon Snow slept, and the household slept in its many small rooms. Stannis Baratheon was 3 weeks south of them, on a horse, on the king's business. The morning came too soon, and the morning came grey. Maester Lewin came up to the Lord Solar before breakfast, on his cane, with his hip protesting, and his face arranged for the day's business. He had been in the turret an hour with his books and his lists. He carried a leather satchel under one arm. He sat down without ceremony in the chair by the desk. He set the satchel on his knees. "My lord," he said, "my lady. Maester. Lord Stannis, White Harbor, 3 weeks I have been thinking." "Tell us." "I have been thinking," Lewin said, in 3 movements. "The first is the story. The second is the household. The third is the children. Will you have them in that order or out of it?" "In order." "The story. We have rehearsed it before, my lord. It has held for 4 years. It will hold now if we hold to it. The girl Sara is the daughter of one Egon Sand, a Dornish hedge knight who served Lord Stark in the sack of King's Landing and died there of his wounds, and of one Barry, a northern washerwoman who died of milk fever the night the babe was born and is buried near the Kingsroad 3 leagues south of Long Lake. The babe was given to Barona when Lord Stark passed through White Harbor with the body of his sister. Barona was a Manderly retainer's wife. The babe has been raised in the Stark household ever since, because of Lord Stark's promise to Egon Sand on his deathbed. That is the story. That is the story, my lord. I will be obliged to remind every soul in this household, between today and the day Lord Stannis arrives, of every part of it. That includes Barona. That includes the kitchen girls. That includes the stable boys. That includes Septa Mordane, who does not know any other story but who would not be useful in a sudden inquiry. That includes the small Lord Robb, who is 4, and who must be told, again and gently, what he is and is not to say. Robb is 4, Lewin. Robb is 4 and very bright, my lord, and a 4-year-old asked a clever question by Lord Stannis will tell him the truth unless we have rehearsed every plausible question beforehand. I say this to plan with you. MH. The story for Wystan is unchanged. He is the son of one Walter Manderly, second cousin twice removed of Lord Wyman, born out of an affair with a serving woman of Castle Serwyn, given by his father into Lord Stark's wardship at age 9 to be raised away from a wife who would not have him. There is a parish entry at Castle Serwyn that will read out as required. The boy himself can answer to the name and the story. He has been schooled in both. He will not, however, withstand a long private conversation with Lord Stannis, not because he will lie poorly. He will not. He will lie well, my lord. He has had 4 years of practice. But Lord Stannis will look at his face and at his bones and at the line of his jaw and at the cast of his eye. And Lord Stannis is a man who looked at the Prince Rhaegar Targaryen at close quarters more than once before the war. We must keep them apart. How? By giving Lord Stannis a great many other things to attend to. Lord Stark, you will be visibly preoccupied with the Kingsroad, the autumn taxes, the Long Lake fishing dispute, and the Karstark grain quarrel. You will have your hands full. Wiston will be at Last Hearth, where Lord Umber has graciously agreed to take him for a fortnight to learn axes from the Great John. He will leave the day Lord Stannis arrives at White Harbor. He will not be in Winterfell when Stannis is. Lord Umber has been told he is doing a kindness for Lord Stark's mother's cousin's grandson. He has not been told anything else. He has agreed. He likes axes. M.H. and Sara. Luwin's old eyes met Catelyn's. Sara, my lady, is the trouble. She cannot be hidden. We cannot say she is sickly, because Lord Stannis will ask to see the sick child to assure himself we are not concealing a Targaryen babe under a coverlet. We cannot send her to Lord Umber's because no one would send a 4-year-old girl to the Great John to learn axes. We must therefore put her in front of him, in her hood, in her Stark cloak, behaved, quiet, with a small, slow northern manner, with Barona at her elbow. Luwin, my lady. She is 4. Yes. She is not always slow and quiet. She will be told, my lady. She will be told a great many times over the next 3 weeks. And the candle. A small pause. Luwin looked at her. Lord Stark told me this morning, my lady. The candle. I should like to test it very carefully in my chamber behind a closed door with my hand on hers and a soft cloth at the ready. I would like to know the truth of it before Lord Stannis arrives, so that I am not surprised. Test it today? Yes, my lady. The test was done that afternoon in the Maester's turret, with the door bolted and the shutters closed. There was a fat tallow candle on the desk. There was a soft, wet cloth in Catelyn's lap. There was Sara on Maester Luwin's stool, hooded and serious, with her small hands folded. Luwin lit the candle. The flame stood up tall and yellow. Sara. Yes, Maester. You have. Your father tells me, put your hand in a candle flame. The girl's small face went perfectly still. The face that knew it had been caught at something and was deciding how much to admit. I did, she said. How long has it not hurt? Since I was 3. Maybe before. I do not remember before 3 very well. And you have not told anyone? I told Wiston. M.H. Are you going to be angry, Maester? No, child. I am going to test something. May I? Yes. He took her small hand in his old one. He brought it slowly, carefully, towards the flame. He felt her hand in his. It was warm and dry and entirely calm. He held her hand a finger's width above the flame. The flame parted. He felt the heat strong on his own knuckles. He did not feel any heat coming up out of the small, flat skin of her palm. He brought her hand into the flame. The flame curled over her fingers. He counted to 3 under his breath. He drew her hand back. He turned it palm up. He looked at the skin. There was no mark. There was not even a smell. Catelyn drew breath. Sara, Luwin said quietly, you are very, very special. Do you know that? Yes. Yes. Wiston said. He said the dragons in the books did not burn. He said maybe I would not. M.H. Did Wiston also tell you not to test it where any other person could see? Yes, Maester. And you tested it where Barona could see. Barona was looking at the linen. Sara, yes. You have a great gift, child. You also have a great rule about it. The rule is this. You do not touch a flame in this castle when anyone but I or your mama or Lord Stark or Wystan is in the room. Do you understand me? Yes, Meister. He let her go. She climbed down off the stool. She walked over to Catelyn and put her face into Catelyn's lap with the easy, unself-conscious movement of a small child wanting to be held. Catelyn put her arms around her, very carefully, and pressed her cheek into the crown of the small, hooded head. She did not entirely know whether she wanted to weep, or laugh, or pray. Across the room, Eddard Stark looked at Maester Luwin. "Well," he said quietly. "Well, my lord." "It is true, then." "It is true, my lord. And, my lord, there is the matter of dragons." "Dragons, Luwin." There were stone eggs lost in the storms after Summerhall. Dragons have, my lord, a way of finding their riders in old Valyrian theory when their riders have come of age. I would prefer this child not be near a hot stone of the wrong shape until she is old enough to be told what she is. Then she will not be. My lord. I would have you swear, Luwin. I swear it, my lord. Outside the turret window, the autumn afternoon was beginning to lengthen into evening, and the rooks of Winterfell were calling each other home from the wood. And somewhere in the yard below a wooden sword cracked against another, and a 4-year-old voice, Rob's, yelled triumphantly that he had killed a dragon. In the turret, no one laughed. That night, alone in his chamber, Wystan lay awake for a long time looking at the ceiling. He had been told he was being sent to Last Hearth. He had been told why. He had taken the news with a small, flat face. He had, in private, wept a small, angry weeping into his pillow and sworn at the ceiling. He had been 13 for 3 moons, and he was tired of sitting still. After a long while he got up. He went, in his bare feet in his nightshirt by the back stair to the chamber where his sister slept, and he opened the door very softly on its oiled hinges, and he stood in the doorway looking at her. She was a small shape under the white furs. She was breathing slow and even and small. He stood a long time. Then he turned and went back to his own chamber and laid himself down again and closed his eyes, and at last, slept. In the morning, the household began rehearsing a story. Far to the south, in King's Landing on the Throne of Swords, sat a king who had nearly forgotten his old grief and who hunted now in the Kingswood, 3 days out of 7. And in the lower chambers of the Red Keep a fat eunuch in a perfumed robe sat on a stool and listened to a small boy whisper in his ear. And the boy whispered, among other things, that Lord Stannis Baratheon was riding north on the king's business. The eunuch listened. The eunuch gave the boy a candied plum. The boy went away. The eunuch sat for a moment with the plum's wrapper in his small, fat hand. "H.M.," said Lord Varys, master of whisperers. "How interesting." He folded the wrapper into a small, careful square. He set it on a shelf with a great many other small, careful squares, each in its own tiny labeled drawer. He blew out his candle. A week into the rehearsing, on a cold, bright morning with frost on the cobbles, and the smoke of the kitchens going straight up, Theon Greyjoy walked into the practice yard with his hands in his sleeves, and a smile on his thin face that Wystan did not like. Theon had developed in the last year a way of smiling that was 9 parts mouth and no parts eye. He made the smile now at Wystan from across the yard, and after a moment he ambled over, and after another moment he picked up a wooden practice sword from the rack and weighed it in his hand and gave Wystan the smile again. "Manderley," he said. "Greyjoy, you are off to Last Hearth, I hear." I. Why is that? Lord Umber has axes. I am to learn axes. You already have a perfectly good arms master here in Sir Roderick. Why an extra fortnight up at Last Hearth at the autumn turn? Lord Stark's pleasure. Lord Stark's pleasure, Theon repeated, savoring it. Manderly, no offense to Lord Wyman, who I'm sure is a fine fish, but you are the strangest cousin twice removed I have ever met. You don't have a manderly face. You don't have manderly hair. You don't have a manderly walk. You walk, in fact. Watch your sword, Greyjoy. You walk, in fact, as if you'd been taught to walk in a place with a much smoother floor than the wolf's den. As if you'd been taught to walk on a flagstone in a long hall with people watching. Wyston's face did not move. Are we going to spar, he said quietly, or are we going to make small talk? Both. Then come. Theon came. He was 11 now, lean and clever, good with a sword in the way of a boy with no one to chasten him. The first 3 exchanges Wyston let him have. On the 4th, he stepped past Theon's blade and slammed the flat into Theon's shoulder. And on the 5th, he caught Theon's sword in a high bind and twisted, and the wooden blade clattered onto the cobbles. Wyston stepped 1 pace forward and laid his point, very lightly, against the hollow of Theon's throat. Not a manderly walk, Greyjoy, he said soft. You. What does a manderly walk like, exactly? Lord Stark. Pick up your sword. Theon picked up his sword. His face had gone white at the jaw and red at the cheekbones. He had not been beaten in the yard by a boy his own age in a long while. He had not, perhaps, been beaten in the yard by a boy at all. Greyjoys, he had been told a great many times by his father, did not lose. He came in again, harder. Wyston disarmed him a second time inside 3 exchanges. Then Wyston stepped back, set his sword across his shoulder and waited. Theon stood there breathing. Greyjoy. What? You will not, I think, be raising the question of my manderly cousins again, with anyone. Are we clear? You. Are we clear, Greyjoy? Theon Greyjoy looked at him for a long moment. Theon Greyjoy was a clever boy, and he was an angry one, and he was a hostage in a northern castle far from home, and he had no friends here who were anyone's friends but his own. He did the calculation behind his eyes that Wyston had already seen him do 6 times in 4 years. He concluded that, today, he had the wrong end of the stick. Clear, he said. Good. Wyston turned and walked across the yard to the rack. He hung his practiced sword. He did not look back. Behind him, Theon Greyjoy stood for a long time in the cold autumn light. After a while Theon, too, hung his sword. He walked off in another direction. That evening Catelyn Stark, who had been told everything by Sir Roderick within the hour, sat on her chamber bench with her sewing in her lap and looked at the boy Wyston across the firelight and said, "That was foolishly done. My lady, Theon Greyjoy is a hostage in this house." Yes, my lady. He is also a small, spiteful boy who tells the world things, Wyston. He tells the kitchen girls. He tells the stable hands. He tells, sometimes, the visiting traders who pass through the yard. He has a wide, loose, proud mouth on him, and a stark wooden sword to his throat will make it wider and looser, not closer. Do you understand me? Wyston did. He understood. He had known it, in fact, even as the sword had come up. He had simply, just for that moment, not been able to stop himself. He had been so tired of small, flat faces. I am sorry, my lady. Be sorry tomorrow. Tonight be useful. You will go down to the kitchens, and you will find Theon Greyjoy where he is sulking by the fire, and you will offer him a cup of mulled wine from your own hand, and you will say to him quietly that you have a hot temper, and that you regret your sharpness, and that he has a fine sword arm, and that you look forward to learning from him when you are back from last hearth. You will say it as if you mean it. He will, with luck, not believe you, but he will be flattered. He will tell 3 people, perhaps 4 in the next moon, what a fine arm he has. He will not tell them, perhaps, about your manderly walk. Are we clear? Yes, my lady. Go. He went. He found Theon. He said the words. He said them as if he meant them. Theon Greyjoy, who was 11 and proud and far from home, took the cup of mulled wine from Wyston's hand and drank it, and gave him in return a small, uncertain, proud smile and a clap on the shoulder. And that, for a while, was the end of that. That same week, Lord Stannis Baratheon was riding north along the King's Road with 20 horse and a face like a cold morning. He had crossed the neck at a pace that had made his men curse him. He had not noticed. He had been thinking, in particular, about a boy in a hayloft and a ring on a finger, about a manderly cog called the Otter, about a faceless man in bravos, about how he, Stannis Baratheon, had taken a body in his hands 4 years ago and sent the news to King's Landing. He had thought about all of this for 4 years. He had, this last spring, written down his thoughts in a small private ledger that began, "I was lied to." I do not know yet by whom. He was now riding north on the King's tax business to look at Lord Manderly's books and at Lord Manderly's face. He was not, he had decided, a man who could be lied to twice. Far behind him, in King's Landing, Lord Varys had given a small boy a candied plum, and folded a small wrapper and put it in a small drawer. Far ahead of him, in Winterfell, a small fair-haired girl was drinking watered milk in the Lord's chamber under the careful eye of her foster mother, while her brown-haired brother packed a saddle-bag for last hearth, and a maester wrote a careful letter to a friend at the citadel. And a northern lord stood at his godswood pool and looked at a great pale carved face and asked, again, for the ground to hold beneath their feet for a little while longer. The ground was holding. For now, in Winterfell, the night was very long. Chapter 3 End. Chapter 4 The Bolton Question. Lord Stannis Baratheon rode into the courtyard of Winterfell on a black gelding with mud to its hocks, in a black wool cloak heavy with rain, with no banner above him save the small grey bag of his lord's chain at his throat. His 20 riders followed him in 2 columns. They came in silent. Their horses' hooves were muffled by the wet straw the grooms had thrown down across the cobbles in the morning. Lord Stannis dismounted without speaking. Lord Stannis looked at the steps of the keep. Lord Stannis looked at the great grey banners moving in the rain. Lord Stannis looked at Ned Stark, who stood at the foot of the steps in his own grey and white, with his lady wife beside him in a tully blue gown for the occasion, and the small Lord Robb propped on a household nurse's hip, and the wards Wyston, Sara, and the boy Theon arranged in a careful neat line behind. Lord Stannis looked at all of them for a long count of 3. Then he came forward and bowed exactly the depth that was needed and said, in a voice as flat as a coast at low tide, "Lord Stark, Lord Stannis, welcome to Winterfell. You knew I was coming. I knew. Word reached you. Word reached me. And you put on a tully blue gown for me." Stannis's hard, pale eyes had moved to Catelyn. He did not smile. He did not, perhaps, ever smile. "You did me too much honor, my lady. Or too little, my lord, depending on what you've come for." "MH." He did not, on that, answer. He let the silence sit. He looked the line of children up and down. His eyes lingered, briefly, on Theon Greyjoy and longer on the 4-year-old hooded girl. Sara had been told a great many things about today. She had been told to be polite. She had been told to bow. She had been told to look at the strange lord, and then to look down at the cobbles, and not to speak unless spoken to, and to keep her hood on. She had been told that Lord Stannis Baratheon was a very important man, and that he had questions for her father, and that good little girls did not interrupt important men. She did all of these things very well. She did them so well that Stannis Baratheon, who was a careful and suspicious man, found himself for a brief instant looking down at the hooded child and thinking, "Why is that one so still?" Then she looked up just for an instant from under the hood. Her eyes met his. They were brown. Catelyn Stark, behind her, did not move. Catelyn had spent 10 silver pennies and a moon of Maester Lewin's evenings on a small stoppered bottle of brown dye that, applied very carefully to the lash and the iris each morning by Maester Lewin's own hand for the last 3 days, would turn a pale violet eye when caught at the right angle. The color of a sluggish creek, the dye stung. Sara had cried about it the first morning. Sara had stopped crying about it by the third. The dye held for some hours and then washed out clean. It had been Maester Lewin's most worried-over experiment in 4 years. It had taken. Lord Stannis Baratheon looked into the small brown eyes of the girl-child standing in the line of Stark wards, and Lord Stannis Baratheon's face did not change. And after a moment, Lord Stannis Baratheon turned away. Catelyn breathed out. "Up, my lord," Ned said. "Out of the rain, mulled wine in the hall." "MH." They went up. The great hall had been dressed for an honored guest, and not for a feast. There were rushes on the floor, and a banner of the Baratheon stag hanging beside the Stark banner at the far end. There were 3 trestles. There were fish from White Harbor and venison from the Wolfswood and bread still warm. There was Maester Lewin in his grey at the table by the lord. There was Sir Roderick Castle in dark wool, who had been told to keep his face polite and not to drink. There was Theon Greyjoy at the children's bench, eyes bright. There was the boy Wystan, who had been delivered to Last Hearth 4 days before, and who was therefore not present, and would not be present for the whole of Lord Stannis's stay. That had been the plan, and the plan was holding. There was Septa Mordane to keep order over the small ones. There was Barona, with the babe Sansa on her shoulder, and Sara on the bench beside her with a cup of small ale that she had been instructed to sip with her left hand because her right was sore from a fall. The right hand was not sore. The bandage on it had been put there that morning by Maester Lewin, and would be unwound at midnight. The right hand had a small candle-burn pattern on its palm in red dye, the kind a child might come by leaning into a hearth, and it was meant to give Lord Stannis a small, ordinary explanation for the bandage if he asked, which he would not, but which one did not leave to chance. Stannis sat. Stannis ate. Stannis took the mulled wine and did not drink it. Stannis took the bread and did. Stannis put no questions to Catelyn. Stannis put no questions to Maester Lewin. Stannis put one question only to Lord Stark in a casual tone over the venison, and the question was, "How old is your eldest ward, Lord Stark?" "Wystan." "Yes." "He is 13 now, cousin to Lord Wyman of White Harbor on his father's side, a bastard of one Walter Manderley. Walter died 6 years ago. The boy is in my keeping. A Manderley bastard with the Stark direwolf at his collar. He has earned the badge. At 13. At 13 he has been 4 years in this castle. He is a good lad. He is at Last Hearth at the moment. The great John Umber is teaching him axes." "At Last Hearth?" "Yes." "Convenient." "For him, yes. The great John does not teach axes for free." A small silence. Stannis cut himself another sliver of venison, He looked at the venison while he cut it. "And the girl?" "Sara, my lord." "Yes, daughter of one of my own men, a Dornish hedge knight who fell at the sack of King's Landing. Her mother died of milk fever 3 nights later. She has been raised here with my own children since the year of my homecoming." "MH. Did you have a question for her, my lord?" "No," Stannis said at last. He looked up. "I do not put questions to 4-year-olds, Lord Stark. I put them to the men who keep 4-year-olds." "Then put your question to me, Lord Stannis." "MH. A pause. Did you, in that year of your homecoming, pass through Sweetport Sound?" "No." "Or White Harbor?" "Yes, once." "Did you, while you were in White Harbor, send anyone to Bravos?" "No." "Did Lord Wyman Manderley, while you were in White Harbor, send anyone to Bravos?" "You would have to ask Lord Wyman about his own ships, my lord. I do not keep his books." "He claims he did not." "Then he did not." "MH." A small silence. Stannis chewed venison. Catelyn lifted her cup. Ned did not move. Behind them, by the children's bench, Sara took a careful small sip from her left hand and watched the strange lord with her brown-dyed eyes. Stannis set down his knife. "Lord Stark." "My lord." "I will speak plainly. I have spent 4 years following a thread. The thread has led me at last here. I do not know what is at the end of it. I think you do. I think I am sitting at your table because I followed it to your gate. I am not going to find what is at the end of it tonight in your hall with your lady wife in her Tully blue. I am going to go back to Dragonstone. I am going to stand at my window and look at the green sea. I am going to think about what I saw and what I did not see. And I am going to come back, Lord Stark, in some year not far from this one, and I am going to ask you a different question. Are we clear?" "Clear, my lord." "MH." Stannis drank the mulled wine finally in one swallow, as a man takes a medicine. "Then I will sleep tonight in the South Tower if my host will have me." "He will." "My thanks. The food is good, the wine is poor. I will have a better cask broached." "Do not. I do not drink for pleasure." "As my lord wills." Stannis rose. Stannis bowed. Stannis went. The household servants closed in behind him to escort him to the South Tower. The door at the end of the hall thudded shut. Catelyn let out a breath she had been holding for a great while. "Well," she said quietly. "Well," said Ned. He saw. He saw. He did not see enough. No. He will come again. He said as much, in some year not far from this one. A year and a half, I think, 2 at most. Then we have a year and a half. To do what, Cat? I do not yet know, but we have it. Maester Luwin, on the other side of the table, set down his cup. The cup was empty. He had not drunk a drop. He had been holding it in case his hands had begun to shake. They had not. He was very old, but he was still Maester Luwin. He looked at the lord, and the lady with eyes very tired and very calm. "My lord," he said, "my lady, we are not yet finished tonight. There is something I should tell you in private. After Lord Stannis has slept." When Lord Stannis was abed, and the candles in the great hall had been put out, and the small Lord Robb and the small Lady Sansa had been carried up to the nursery by a yawning Septa Mordane, and Sara had been led off to her chamber by Barona with a kiss on the brow from her foster mother, and a promise of a bath in the morning to wash the brown out of her eyes, when the keep had gone, in its slow northern way, to sleep, Maester Luwin came up the back stair to the lord's chamber, and let himself in and shut the door behind him. Ned was at the desk. Catelyn was by the fire. Luwin took the third chair, the one he never took. "My lord." "Speak, Luwin." "There is a boy in the kitchens." "There are many boys in the kitchens." "There is a new one. He came up to us 6 weeks ago from Castle Cerwyn. He is a scullion. He is 15. His name is Edwin. He has not made any trouble. He is a polite boy. He sleeps in the loft above the bread oven." "What of him, Luwin?" "He is not from Castle Cerwyn. I had Lord Cerwyn's old steward write back to me last week. Castle Cerwyn does not know him. He came up the King's Road with a load of barrels for the cooper, and the cooper paid him 3 pennies to help unload, and he has been here ever since, and the cooks took him on. The cooks like him." Ned set down his quill. And on the second night Lord Stannis was on the road, 6 weeks ago, the boy Edwin went out the east gate alone, in the dark, with a small folded paper. He came back an hour later without the paper. He has gone out the east gate alone 4 further nights in the last 6 weeks. He has been seen each time by my Mira, who sleeps badly, and who watches the east gate from her chamber because the moon comes in there. A silence. Ned drew breath. "Where does he go, Luwin?" "To a certain stand of ash trees a quarter league down the east road. He stays there a quarter hour, then he comes back." "Whose man is he?" "That is the question, my lord." "You have a guess?" "I have a guess." "Tell me." Maester Luwin folded his old thin hands. "Bolton," he said. The fire popped. "You are sure?" "No." "You think?" "I think. I will tell you why. I had Mira follow him 3 nights ago very carefully. He met a man at the ash trees. The man was wearing no badge. The man was on a small gray pony. The man had a deep voice and a slow northern way of speaking and a smell, Mira says, of leeches. Bolton men smell of leeches, my lord. Lord Roose has them used on him every fortnight. His sworn men spend hours in the chamber with him while he is bled, and they walk with the smell of it for days afterward. Mira is the daughter of a fishmonger. She knows smells. She is sure. M.H. My lord, this would not ordinarily alarm me. Lords spy on their neighbors. The Karstarks have a man in our laundry, we know it. The Manderleys have one in our brewhouse. We know that too. We do not, in general, mind. They send back small reports of who Lord Stark dined with and what color his cloak was. It is the fashion of the North. But Roose Bolton has not had a man inside Winterfell in 40 years, not since the Lord Rickard's day, and we sent that one back to him in pieces. For Roose to put a man in our kitchen now, 6 weeks ago, 3 weeks before Lord Stannis Baratheon's arrival. He has heard something. He has heard something, my lord. Or he has guessed something. Or he has taken a fancy to know in his own time why Lord Stannis Baratheon is coming north on the king's business and stopping in Winterfell for a night. M.H. My lord. Yes, Luwin. What do you wish me to do? With the boy. Yes. Nothing yet. He is going to send back a report in a few days after Lord Stannis goes home. The report will say what Lord Stannis saw and did not see. We want Lord Roose to read that report. We do not want Lord Roose to believe we caught his man. Have him watched, Luwin. Have his paper read when he sends one. Read what he writes. Find out the cipher he is using and find out who he writes to, but do not, on any account, take him. Yes, my lord. And, Luwin. Yes. In a moon, after Stannis has gone, I will pay Lord Bolton a visit. Catelyn looked up from the fire. At the Dreadfort. At the Dreadfort. I have not been there in 7 years. I owe him a courtesy. Eddard. Yes. You will not go to the Dreadfort alone. I will not. You will take Sir Roderick. And 40 horse. 40 horse. He will know what it means. He will, so will I. Catelyn closed her eyes. The fire popped again. The old Maester looked from one to the other and felt, as he often felt these days, very old. My lord. Yes. There is one further thing. Tell me. Lord Bolton's son. Domeric. Yes, he is 12. He is at the Dreadfort learning his letters. He is by all reports a fine boy, polite, quiet, loves his harp. He is also, my lord, the only son Roose Bolton has by his lawful wife, and he is sickly. The Maester at the Dreadfort writes, very quietly, to me twice a year about his health. He is not so well as he should be. He has had 2 fevers this year that he should not have had, and a rash on his back that should not be there. Lord Roose has, of late, begun making inquiries about a certain young woman in the village of the Weeping Water. The woman has had a son by an unknown father 5 years past. Lord Roose may, in time, recognize the bastard. Lord Roose may, in time, have him at the Dreadfort. The bastard's name is Ramsay. He is, by all reports, a cruel child. Why are you telling me this, Luwin? Because Lord Roose Bolton is a man who plays a long game, my lord. He has placed a kitchen boy in our walls because he has heard a rumor of dragons. He has, at the same time in the same season, begun to think about which of his sons will inherit the Dreadfort. Lord Roose plans many years out. He plans, perhaps, 20. He is the most patient man in the north save yourself. We are facing a man who will not blink at any number we offer him and will only sit and wait, a patient man with a leech smell on his sleeve. Aye. And when you go to the Dreadfort in a moon, my lord, with 40 horse. Yes, Luwin. He will not blink at the 40 either. No, Luwin, I do not expect him to. He will be very pleased to see you. He will be very pleased to see me. He will pour you good wine. He will offer you a tour of his antiquities. He will tell you a story about his grandfather and a Manderley bride. He will, in his own way, signal to you that he knows everything he thinks he knows. He will not say the thing aloud. He will not be so vulgar as to say the thing aloud. He will only let it be in the room with you. Aye. And what will you do, my lord, when the thing is in the room? Ned looked at the fire. He thought for a while. He said, in a voice that was very quiet, I will not let him see me afraid. That is the right answer, my lord. I will not give him a thing to take home. I will accept his good wine. I will tell him a story about my grandfather and the Cranagman. I will let his things sit in the room with him, alone when I go. I will let him know that I know what he knows, and that I do not care, and that the next time he sends a kitchen boy with a leech smell into my hall, the boy will not come home. Yes, my lord. And if he does it again? Yes, my lord. Then in the spring I will ride on the Dreadfort with 2,000 spears, and I will pull it down, and I will set the Dustins to keep the moor where it stood. And the world will be told I did it, because Roose Bolton was a flayer of men in a kingdom where flaying is forbidden, which is no lie, Luwin. It is no lie. He has flayed 3 small folk this year already that we know of. The Weeping Water is full of it. I have been waiting to take the matter up with him on his own ground because I am tired of taking it up at Remove, and now I have a reason to. So be it. Catelyn looked at her husband. There was a small, hard, glittering thing in her eyes that Maester Luwin had not seen in 7 years. He had seen it before, twice. Once on her wedding day. Once when she had come up to Winterfell pregnant with Robb after the Trident, and Wyman Manderley had ridden out to escort her under banner because the road was thick with brigands. Eddard. Yes. I love you very much. I know, my lady. You are also a very stubborn man. I know, my lady. Do not get yourself killed in the Dreadfort. No, my lady. And do not start a war over Roose Bolton until we have finished the work in front of us with 2 children and a Baratheon. No, my lady. And, Eddard. Yes. Bring Sir Roderick home with all his whiskers. On my honor. Lord Stannis Baratheon left at dawn. He did not eat in the great hall. He took a heel of bread and a cup of ale in the courtyard, in the rain, and he mounted his black gelding, and he sat a long moment in the saddle looking at Eddard Stark and Catelyn Stark on the steps. Then he raised his hand in the small, sharp way he had, and his column wheeled and they rode out the east gate. The hooves were no longer muffled by straw. The straw had been swept away. The cobbles rang in the cold. When the column was gone, Catelyn turned and walked back into the keep without speaking. Ned stood in the rain a moment longer, watching the road. A moon to the day after, Eddard Stark rode east out of Winterfell at the head of 40 horse, with Sir Roderick Castle at his right hand and Maester Luwin at his left, and the grey direwolf banner snapping above them in a wet autumn wind. They rode for the Dreadfort. The country grew low and grey and reedy. The trees thinned. The land was the land of a house that had spent 500 years bleeding its tenants. There were small smoke marks on every horizon where a hedge or a barn had been put to the torch in some forgotten year. There were thin, small-eyed men in the fields who watched the column pass with no expression, and did not lift their hoes. The Dreadfort came into view on the 3rd afternoon, sitting heavy on its low rise like a great squat black toad. Lord Roose Bolton met them at the gate. He came out alone, on foot, without an escort, in a plain grey doublet with no badge on it. He had pale, pale eyes, the color of a winter sky just before snow. His face was smooth and small-mouthed and held no expression. He bowed the exact depth that was needed. Lord Stark, you honor my house. Lord Bolton. I have prepared your apartments. The wine is laid. There is venison. The boys have raked the yard. I trust you find it in good order. You have outdone yourself, Lord Bolton. It is a small thing. Will you come up? They came up. The hall of the Dreadfort had no banner. It had no tapestries. It had a great pink shield with the flayed man on it above the Lord's chair, very old, and beside the chair on a small square pedestal there sat what at first appeared to be a leather-covered book. It was not. It was a thin square of pale tanned skin, framed under glass. Maester Luwin, when he saw it, did not let his face change. Luwin had been in this hall before, once, 20 years ago, with old Lord Rickard. The skin, 20 years on, looked the same. Roose Bolton took his seat. He waved Eddard to the seat at his right. Lord Stark, he said, I will be plain. You have come with 40 horse and your maester and your master-at-arms, and you have come in autumn in the rain on 3 days' notice. I gather this is not a courtesy call. It is a courtesy call, Lord Bolton. As you say. A courtesy I have neglected for some years. As you say. I felt that I had grown too distant from my Eastern bannermen. M.H. I have heard reports also of certain difficulties in the Weeping Water. Ned did not look at him. He was looking at the flayed man on the wall. I felt I should hear them in person. The Weeping Water. There are always difficulties at the Weeping Water, Lord Stark. It is a very wet country. Yes. The small folk drown. Sometimes they drown on occasion, with long red marks down their backs. That is regrettable. And, Lord Bolton. Yes, my lord. 3 of them this year. I had not heard that number. I had. A small silence. Roose Bolton's pale eyes did not move from Eddard's face. He had folded his hands in his lap. They were thin hands, small for the body. You have, he said after a while, an excellent kitchen, Lord Stark. My thanks. My boy Edwin writes well of it. The silence after was longer. Edwin, Ned said. A scullion, from Castle Serwyn by the books. Not, of course, from Castle Serwyn at all. He is a Bolton boy. I sent him up the King's Road in the autumn. He has been very useful, Lord Stark. He writes to me every fortnight. He says Lord Stannis came up to Winterfell and went away again very satisfied. I am pleased to hear it. I worried, I must confess, when I heard Lord Stannis was coming up. I worried for you, my lord. Did you? I did. There was a rumor in the Free Cities many years ago about children. The rumor reached even my walls in time. I have not, of course, given it any credit. Children's tales. But Lord Stannis is a hard man, and he is not fond of stories, and I worried that he might come up here on his hard, inquisitive way and find something distressing. I am pleased to hear he found nothing. I am even more pleased to be able now to set my mind at rest by telling you that Edwin will be coming home to me at the end of the moon. I no longer have need of the kitchen. The Lord of the Dreadfort thanks the Lord of Winterfell for the use of his oven. He smiled. It was a very small smile. It barely existed. It went out again. Ned looked at him. Lord Bolton. My lord. You will not place a boy in my walls again. No, my lord. You will not write a letter to your son or your son's mother or your dog about anything you have or have not heard. Are we clear, Roose? Clear, Lord Stark. And you will not flay another man in the weeping water this year or the next or the year after. The long night took the right out of your line 1,000 years ago. King Theon broke the privilege. The realm is at peace. Are we clear? Clear. And if you defy me on any of these matters, Lord Bolton, I will come back. I will bring 2,000 spears. I will pull this castle down and put a Dustin in its place, and I will burn what is in that case beside your chair, and I will cut the flayed man off your wall and carry it home as a banner for my hall, and your son Domeric will inherit a moor. Are we clear, Roose Bolton? The pale eyes did not move. Clear, Lord Stark. Good. Roose Bolton bent his head very slightly. He poured wine. He poured it for Ned first. You will, perhaps, take a cup. I will. And eat venison. I will. And tell me a story. I will. About what, my lord? About my grandfather, Edwyle Stark, and a Cranugman. M.H., a small, thin smile. That is a fine story, Lord Stark. I have heard it before. Tell it to me again. He told it. The dinner went on. The wine was good. The venison was good. The flayed man on the wall and the small square of pale skin beside the chair stayed very quiet. Roose Bolton ate and listened, and did not speak more than was needed, and his pale eyes stayed steady on Eddard Stark's face. And at the end of the meal he rose and bowed and let his guest go to bed in the apartments that had been prepared for him. In the morning, in the rain, the Stark column rode out. Roose Bolton was at the gate to see them off. He bowed. He smiled once briefly for Maester Luwin and turned and went back inside. Halfway down the road from the Dreadfort, when they were out of sight of the towers and the small smoke marks on the moor, Sir Roderick Castle turned to Lord Stark in the saddle and said in a low growl, "I do not love that man, my lord." "No, Roderick. I do not believe him." "No. He will do it again. In a year, perhaps two, he will be subtler. He will use a different boy, a different kitchen, a different smell on his sleeve. He will not stop." "Then why did we come?" "Because he had to be told that I knew. He had to be told to my face. He will not now be able to convince himself he has been lucky. He will know. We will know. We will both have to act inside the knowing. That is what this trip was for." "M.H. and Roderick." "Yes, my lord." "Have you ever heard of a bastard called Ramsay in the Weeping Water?" "No, my lord." "You will hear of him, I mean. In time. Tell me when you do. Tell me everything you hear. Tell me the day he is brought to the Dreadfort. That is a thing I want to know." "Yes, my lord." They rode on. In a private chamber, 2 hours after Stannis went up to the South Tower, the Lord of Dragonstone lit one candle from another, set them both on the small table in the window, and wrote a careful letter at the side of the bed by their light. The letter was to himself, to the small private ledger he had carried under his cloak for a year. The ledger said on a fresh page, 43rd observation. The girl is hooded for sun. She does not speak. She has brown eyes. The boy named Wystan is at last hearth. Lord Stark's lady wears tully blue. The hall serves fish from White Harbor. Lord Manderley's books on review are clean. Lord Stark's books on review unrequested are clean. The Maester is older than I had remembered. The Maester does not blink. The Lord himself does not blink. There is a bandaged hand on the 4-year-old. The bandage is fresh. The right hand. There is no story for the bandage. There is no fever. There is no cry. The child does not whimper. Conclusion: I am being lied to. He underlined the last sentence. He sat for a moment. Then, on the page below, he wrote a smaller note. The lie is not without affection. They love the children. Whatever the truth is, it is in this house with their love. That is a fact to be remembered. A house lies very well and very long when it is lying for love. He stoppered the ink. He shut the ledger. He tied it again with its cord. He blew out the candle. In the South Tower of Winterfell, Lord Stannis Baratheon lay awake a long while, listening to the rain on the roof slates, thinking about the way a 4-year-old child had not cried. The next morning, when the column rode out the east gate and Stannis turned in the saddle one last time to look at the keep on its rise, he did not, as Ned had hoped he would, nod and ride on. He sat for a long count of 10 in the cold rain, looking up at the windows of the Lord's chamber, and the wet wind moved his cloak. Then he turned. Then he rode. Catelyn watched him go from the window of the Lord's chamber. "He knows," she said quietly. "He knows." "What does he know?" "He knows that we are lying. He does not yet know what we are lying about. He does not yet know whether it is treason or only a private grief. He will think on it. He is a slow, careful man, and he will think on it for a long time. We have made the lie cost him a year before he can act on it. We have to make it cost him another. And another. Yes, as long as we can. Until. Until what, Eddard? Until either he stops, or we are ready." "Ready for what?" He did not answer. After a while she did not ask again. That afternoon, when the rain had stopped and a thin, cold sun had come out over the godswood, the small Lady Sara stood in the Maester's turret in her undertunic with her face turned up, while Maester Luwin sponged the brown out of her eyes with a soft cloth and warm water. "Maester." "Yes, child." "Did I do well?" "You did well, child." He looked at me a long time. He did. His eyes were very pale. They were. I did not like him. You did not have to like him, Sara. You only had to be quiet. I was quiet. You were. He is not coming back. He may, child, in time, not soon. MH. She watched her own face come back to her in the small, bright disk of the Meister's mirror, the brown washing out of her irises in dim curls, the violet rising up underneath like a blue stain coming back to a tablecloth that has been hard scrubbed. She watched her own eyes return. She did not, Lewin noticed, smile at them. She watched them with a small grave attention that was older than 4. Meister. Yes, child. What color are my eyes? They are the color they were always meant to be, Sara. What color is that? It is a special color, child. There are only a few people in the wide world who have it now. Your brother has it. Some old lords across the sea may still. There were ladies in pictures in old books who had it. It is not a common color in this kingdom. It is a color that is yours. Did Lord Stannis have it? No, child. Then why did he look at me a long time? Because, child, he is a man who looks at every person a long time. It is his way. Even at his nieces, Meister. Even at his nieces, child. I expect his nieces find him very tiresome. She giggled. It was a small, sweet, quick giggle. It made the Meister's old heart move. Meister. Yes, child. When my brother comes home. Yes. I would like to give him a gift. What sort of gift, child? A picture. I want to draw him a picture of a dragon with my own hand, with colors. May I? You may, child. Will Lord Stark be cross? He will not, if it is in the Lord's chamber and not in the great hall. Then I will make it in the Lord's chamber and not in the great hall. You are a clever child, Sara. I am. Hold still, I am almost done. She held still. Lewin finished his work. The brown washed out. The violet returned. He patted her face dry with a clean cloth and helped her into her dress and put her hood up and sent her down to the kitchens to ask cook for a piece of warm honey bread because she had been good. She went, light-footed on her small pale legs. The Meister sat for some time after she was gone, looking at the small stoppered bottle of brown dye on his desk. He thought a thing he had been trying not to think for some weeks. He thought that the dye had begun to work less well in the last moon than it had in the moon before. He thought that the violet underneath was beginning to come up faster every time after the dye was washed out. He thought that her hair, despite all hoods, had begun to look, in certain afternoon lights, more luminous than it had even at 3. He thought that the child was going to be unhideable inside of 3 years. He would, he thought, have to begin teaching her the long, careful art of being hidden in plain sight by her own bearing. The art of standing in a room and being looked at, and not being seen. There were septas in the South who taught it to the daughters of small lords who could not afford pretty gowns. He had heard of it. He would have to learn it himself and pass it on. He would, he thought, also have to begin teaching her certain exercises with a small candle. Not because she needed to learn to put her hand in fire. She knew that already. But because the day was coming when she would need to know, very precisely, what she could and could not do with the heat in her, and when the room she did it in mattered and when it did not. He had been reading, very quietly, for 4 years now. He had been reading old volumes from his own teacher, copies of pages from old Valyria. He had been making careful private notes. He had not yet shared the notes with anyone. He would begin to share, in a year or two with the girl herself. There was no one else to share them with. He set the die down. He went out of the turret. He locked the door behind him. In the courtyard below, the boy Wystan was unloading his saddlebag from his pony, and the small Lord Robb was running across the cobbles toward him with both arms out, shouting his name. And the boy Wystan had put down his bag and caught the small lord up and lifted him over his head and was making him laugh. And the Septa Mordane was tutting on the steps in her stiff way, and somewhere a kitchen boy was singing. It was, Maester Luwin thought, a very ordinary autumn afternoon at Winterfell. It was also, he thought, perhaps the last very ordinary afternoon they would have for some while. He went back to his turret. He sat down. He wrote a very careful letter to a friend at Oldtown. The letter was about an antiquarian point, a question of the accuracy of certain old translations of certain Valyrian texts on the subject of fire-immune skin in young children. He used the cipher he had used since he was an apprentice. He sealed the letter with plain wax. He sent it by a fast bird the next morning before dawn, while no one was watching the rookery. The bird went south. In the Lord's chamber that night, the boy Wystan sat by his sister's bed and told her, in a low voice, the story of the boy in the storm. She had heard it many times. She liked it best when it was told quietly. Tonight he told it quietly. He told her about the man with the wolf cloak, and the dead handmaid, and the burning ship, and the babe in the arms, and the boy with the knife. He told her how the wolf had said, on a deck in the rain, that there had been enough killing of dragons. He told her how he, Wystan, who was Viserys, had agreed to go north because the wolf had asked him, and he had not run. When he was finished, she was almost asleep. She turned her head on the pillow. Wystan. Yes. Do you ever hate him? Lord Stark. Yes. He sat for a long time before he answered. No, he said quietly, not anymore. Did you at the start? I did. And he knew. He knew. And he kept his word anyway. He kept his word anyway. That is a very strange thing, Wystan. It is, sister. It is a very strange thing. I am glad of it. So am I, sister. Wystan. Yes. When I am old enough. Yes. Will you tell me my real name, the whole of it? I will tell you your real name, sister, the whole of it, on the day Lord Stark says I may, not before. Will that be soon? It may be. MH. Sleep, sister. I will. She did. He sat by her a while longer. Then he stood up, very carefully, and tucked the furs around her chin, and drew the curtain of her bed canopy, and went out and closed the door softly behind him, and walked back down the corridor to his own chamber under the slow northern night. That same evening, a small fast boat slipped out of White Harbor in the dark with a single passenger and a small sealed pouch, and went south on the autumn wind. The pouch was Lord Wyman Manderley's. The passenger was a young man with a broken northern accent and an honest face, hired for the trip and paid well. The pouch contained a single small folded parchment from the Lord of White Harbor to a friend of Lord Stark's in a place not at all near White Harbor. The parchment said only, "He has come and gone. He has not sniffed the truth. He will come again, W." It was read, 8 days later, by a quiet man in a small low building near the docks of Bravos, who folded it back up and put it in a drawer, and sat at his desk a long while with his small hands folded in his lap, looking out at the green water. In Winterfell 2 weeks after that, the boy Wystan came home from Last Hearth. He had a bruise on his jaw and a small new scar across the back of his right hand, and a quiet, pleased look about him that Catelyn had not seen in his face before. He came up the steps to the keep and bowed low to her. She put her hand in his hair. "Did the great John teach you axes, Wystan?" "Yes, my lady. He also taught me how to drink ale and how to lose at dice. He has many lessons." "Do not tell Lord Stark about the ale." "No, my lady." "Wystan." "Yes." "Your sister missed you." He looked up at her. There was a small crack of something in his face. The crack had gotten wider in the last 6 moons, she had noticed. The boy was beginning to become a man, and a man was a more difficult creature in some ways than a boy, but the crack was a good crack. "I missed her too, my lady." "Go up. Barona has her in the Lord's chamber. The strange lord is gone. We have washed the brown out of her eyes. She is back to herself. She has been waiting all afternoon." He went up. In the Lord's chamber, Sara Snow looked up from the small picture book in her lap and saw her brother in the doorway, and her small, flat, patient face cracked into a great delighted smile, and she ran across the rushes and threw her arms around his middle and would not let go. And the boy Wystan held her against him in the firelight with his face pressed into the top of her hooded head. And after a while, Catelyn Stark, watching from the corridor, found that she had a hand pressed against her mouth, and did not entirely know why. She turned and went away down the corridor before the boy could see her, because the boy did not need to see her right now. Far to the east, in the great squat black toad of the Dreadfort, in a small chamber off the Lord's Hall, Roose Bolton sat at his writing desk in the candlelight with a small, clean parchment in front of him and a sharpened quill in his hand. He sat for a long while before he wrote. Then he wrote in his careful, narrow hand 8 words. The 8 words were, "We will need a faster boy next time." He put the parchment in a small carved box. He locked the box. He blew out the candle. The Dreadfort slept. The North slept. For a little while. The year Wystan turned 16, the snows came early. They came in the middle of the 7th moon, 3 weeks before they should have, while the apples in the orchards beneath the east wall were still small and green, and the late lambs had not yet been put up to fold. They came on a south wind, which was the wrong wind for snow, and they came hard. The drovers on the long lake road said the sky had gone the color of an old penny in the morning, and stayed that way until past noon, and that the first flakes had come down at the 3rd hour with a white silence that had quieted the dogs in the wagons. By the time they were down off the high ground, 3 drovers had frostbite, 2 cows had died, and a small Stark fosterling boy of 11 had nearly been lost in a drift. The boy had been pulled out alive at sundown, blue at the lips and shaking, by the captain of the wagons, who had felt under the snow with a quarterstaff and heard a small frightened sob through the white. The boy was, by the time the wagons came down to Winterfell, fed and warm and quiet by the kitchen fire, with 2 old wool blankets around him and cook's hot broth in a cup, and Maester Luwin's salve on his fingers. He would lose the tip of 1 finger by the middle of the moon. He would not lose more. He had been lucky. Snow in the 7th moon was not, in itself, a Stark portent. Snow came when the gods chose. It was a northern country. Snow in the 7th moon when a southern raven had come up the previous fortnight from the citadel, however, in the cipher of an old Maester at Oldtown, with a sealed reply to a letter Maester Luwin had sent in the spring. That was a different question. The raven said only, "My friend, your antiquarian point is well taken. The fire-immune skin appears in certain young Targaryens before 12 and gone before 15. Sometimes longer, always associated with the Dragonborn, will say no more by Raven, v. Maester Luwin read the message twice. He wrote a reply. He sent the reply that night. The reply was 9 words. The reply was, "Then we have between 5 and 8 years, brother." He did not, of course, send the reply across the cipher Valen used. Valen used the open cipher of the Citadel. If Luwin had answered in the same cipher, any other Maester in the 7 Kingdoms might have read it. He had used a different cipher entirely, one he and Valen had taught each other, decades ago, in the days when they had both been apprentices, and had liked to write each other small jokes. The cipher would not survive more than 2 readings by an outsider before it could be broken. Luwin had told himself, at the time, that there was nothing in any of his letters worth that much trouble. He did not tell himself so anymore. He folded the small sealed reply onto the leg of a fast bird, and he stood at the high window of his turret in the early dark, and he watched the bird climb against the falling snow until it was gone over the wall. Then he turned away. He had 3 problems before him this autumn. The first was the small lady Sara, whose dye had begun to take only badly in the last 2 moons, and whose hair, in certain unkind firelight, would no longer be hidden by anything less than a heavy hood. The second was the boy Wystan, who had been climbing for a year and a half towards some mountain in himself that Maester Luwin could not name and could not see, and who had, this last fortnight, begun once again to do small reckless things in the corners of the household. The third was the new boy in the kitchens, a fast boy this time, exactly as Lord Roose Bolton had promised in his small private parchment, 12 years old, fair-eyed, wholly unremarkable. A boy from a Tallheart village, whose Tallheart papers were so thoroughly correct that Maester Luwin had not been able to fault them at all. Mira had seen him out the east gate twice this moon already. 3 problems: snow in the 7th moon, a bandaged finger on a small fosterling, a letter from Oldtown, a boy in the kitchen. It was, Maester Luwin thought, a difficult autumn. It was about to grow more difficult. The first sign of it came that same night in the great hall at the late supper. The household ate at 2 trestles. Lord Stark was at the high one. Catelyn was on his right. Sansa, 4 years old now, was at her elbow with a small porridge bowl. Arya, too, was on her nurse's lap by the wall. Robb was with Jon at the children's bench. Sara, in her hood, was with Barona, and the new wee Bran in his nurse's arms beside her. Theon was further down the bench. Wystan was at the high table opposite Catelyn, in a clean black doublet with the small iron Stark fosterling badge at his collar and his dark-dyed hair pulled back. He looked, that evening, very Wystan and very ordinary. Until he set his cup down a little too hard. Until he said, in a quiet voice that did not entirely match the one he had been using for 3 years, "I will be needing a horse, my lord." Ned looked up. "For what, lad?" "For a journey." "To where?" "East, then south, by way of White Harbor." The hall did not quite fall silent. The hall did not quite hear, perhaps, but several heads at the lower trestle turned, just a small fraction. Catelyn's hand on the cup stopped moving. Maester Luwin, at his small desk near the Lord's table, set down his quill and folded his hands. Ned's face did not change. "After supper, lad." "My lord." "After supper. We will discuss it in my solar." "As you wish, my lord." Wystan did not look at him. Wystan picked up his cup again. Wystan ate a piece of bread. Catelyn, very carefully, took up her own cup. She did not look at her husband. She did not look at the boy. She looked at the small Sansa beside her and asked her if she would like more porridge. And Sansa, who would have liked more anything, brightly said yes, please, and Catelyn ladled it for her. And the moment passed, and the trestle conversation went on. and only those who had been listening had heard. Several had been listening. Catelyn marked them, 2 of the lower household, one of the new young hall guards, the new kitchen boy from Tallheart, Bell by name, who was helping carry the trenchers and who had been very still indeed for half a heartbeat when the words by way of White Harbor had been said. She finished her supper. She did not look at Bell. In the solar, after supper, with the door bolted and only Maester Luwin and Catelyn for company, Eddard Stark sat down behind his desk and looked at the boy who had stood across it from him 1,000 times in 8 years and said quietly, "Wystan, my lord, you are not going east. My lord, I am 16. You are not going east. I have a right, my lord. You are not going east. Lord Stark. You are not going east, Wystan. You are not going south. You are not going west. You are not going north of this castle without my leave in writing in my own hand and an escort of 3 of my men. You are 16. You are not free of this house. You may be sworn to it in 1 year, when you have your majority. You will not be sworn to anywhere else before then because there is nowhere else for you to be sworn to, and you know it. Sit down." The boy did not sit down. "My lord." "Sit down, Wystan." He sat down. His pale hands, in the candlelight they were always pale, the dye notwithstanding, paler than any other man's at the table, were on his knees in 2 tight fists. His jaw was set. The small line at the corner of his mouth had appeared. He had been growing into his face. The face was a Targaryen face. They had told him, all of them for years, never to sit too long in firelight without ducking his head. He was sitting in firelight now and not ducking it, and Catelyn watched the planes of his cheekbone and his jawline catch the candle, and she thought, not for the first time but more sharply than usual, "He has my father's age. He has my husband's age in 3 years. He has Rhaegar's age in 5. He is becoming the man." "Lord Stark." "Yes, Wystan. I have a sister." "You do." "I have a sister, and she is 7, and she is what she is. I cannot keep sitting in this castle without. Without what, lad?" "Without doing something, without being something. Without," he drew breath. He was working to control his voice. "Without finding her allies, without making her allies. I have been in this castle for 8 years. I have learned my axes and my letters and my northern stories. I have grown a beard." He gestured savagely at his own jaw, which had a small new dark fuzz. "I have grown a beard, my lord. I am of an age. I am the head of my own house. I have responsibilities. I to this house, which is also your house." "My lord." "Your sister is 7. "Yes." "Your sister has 11 years before any decision needs to be made about her future as anything other than a small girl of the North. 11 years is a great deal of time, Wystan. Nothing has to be decided in this season or the next. You do not have to ride to White Harbor in the snow. You do not have to slip down to the free cities. You do not have to write to anyone. You do not have to do anything. Stillness is a strategy. It has been my strategy for 8 years. It has been your strategy, my lord, because you are Lord Stark of Winterfell. Stillness wins for you. I am a boy who has been sitting in a borrowed bed for 8 years. "Wystan." "My lord." "Do you think I have been still?" "Do you think that what your sister has, in this castle and in this house, has been a thing of stillness?" The boy did not answer. "Have you ever once, Wystan, in 8 years, sat with me in this solar in the small hours and watched me write a letter?" "No, my lord." "There is a list of letters I have written in my own hand in the last year. Maester Luwin keeps the list. The list is 46 letters long. 46. Some of them went to Old Town, some to White Harbor, some to Greywater. 1 went to Valenties, 2 went to Pentos, 3 went to Lies. 2 went, by the most careful indirection, to a friend of a faceless man who lives in a small, low building on a particular canal in Bravos. I have not been still, Wystan. I have been quietly working on your problem for 8 years. I have been laying the small, careful stones of a small, careful road that you and your sister will be walking down one day, when she is old enough, and you are old enough and the world is the right shape. I do not show you the stones because the stones are not yet mortared. I do not show you the road because there is no road yet. There are only stones in a heap, but the stones are mine, they are ours, they are being laid. Are we clear, lad? The boy stared at him. Lord Stark, are we clear? Aye. Are we clear, Wystan Targaryen? Yes, my lord. Good. Now will you, for the love of the gods you and I share, stop trying to ride east in the snow? The boy's chest rose and fell. My lord, he said, and his voice had gone thin and small. I did not know. You know now. My lord. I am sorry, Wystan, that I did not tell you sooner. I had thought that the less you knew, the safer you were. I see now that the not knowing has cost you. I am sorry for it. I will tell you more in time, not all of it, some of it, as you can carry. My lord. Yes, lad. Forgive me. Forgiven. And what? There is a boy in the kitchen. Yes. You know. Yes. Good. A small silence. The boy let out a breath that shook him. He said, after a moment, very low, I have been so tired, my lord. I know, lad. Of being still. I know. I am not always. I know, Wystan. Believe me, I know. After Wystan had gone, when the fire had settled and the candles had been snuffed except the 2 at the desk, Catelyn looked across the desk at her husband. 46 letters, she said. 46 letters. You did not tell me about Valantes. It came to nothing. You did not tell me about the faceless man. That came to nothing also, so far. The man is careful, he is exploring, he has to be paid in patience, not in coin. What does the patience buy? Ned looked at her. He did not, for a moment, answer. Then he said, if it ever comes to it, if we are pulled apart, if Robert ever finds out and Robert ever rides, there is a man in Bravos who, for a price not yet paid, would meet a small ship in Sweetport in the dark and take a child away to a place where she will be safe. Not Pentos. Not Valantes. A different place. A place I will not name in this room. He would do it once only. The price will be a thing of mine that I will give him. I do not yet know what. Ned. It is a stone. It is laid. I do not say it will be needed. I do not say it will be used. I say only that it is laid. Ned. I know. Do not weep, my love. The boy is a good boy. He is just very tired. He is going to do something stupid one day. Yes. Soon. Yes. And we are going to have to clean up after him. Yes. And we are going to keep him. Yes. She sat very still for a moment. Then she rose. She walked around the desk. She put her hand into her husband's hair very slowly and held his head against her hip. Eddard Stark. Yes. You are not allowed to die. No, my lady. Do not even think about it. No, my lady. Promise me. I promise you, Cat. Good, come to bed. In a moment. Now. He came in a moment. The thing happened 5 days later, on a flat, bright, cold morning in the courtyard of Winterfell, before the second hour. Wystan and Theon Greyjoy were sparring. They had been sparring more in the last year. Theon, 14 now, had grown lean and fast, and was beginning to be very dangerous indeed with a sword. He had not beaten Wystan in 2.5 years. He had, in the last 6 moons, twice come within a stroke of it. He was hungry too. Theon Greyjoy, on a northern morning with a hot anger in his belly and a sharp tongue under it, was a thing not entirely safe. He had said something. He had said it quietly between bouts in the moment when both were drinking water. Catelyn had not heard the words. Catelyn had not been present. Sir Roderick Castle, who had been walking past, had heard, and had stopped, and had turned, and had been about to step in. He did not get the chance. What Theon had said by Sir Roderick's report later was, "How is your sister, Manderley? She is a pretty thing now. I saw her in the Godswood yesterday with no hood. Her hair is rather a strange color, isn't it? I could not quite." He did not finish. He did not finish because Wystan dropped his cup and crossed the 3 paces between them in a single low fast stride, and put his fist into Theon's mouth so hard that Theon left the ground for half a heartbeat. Theon hit the cobbles flat on his back with a sound that knocked all the wind out of him. Theon's mouth was instantly full of blood. One of Theon's teeth, an upper on the left, was no longer in his head. It was on the cobbles a yard away. Theon tried to roll. Wystan was on him. Wystan had Theon by the collar with his left hand and was striking him in the face with his right, very hard, very fast, twice and 3 times and 4. Wystan's mouth was open. Wystan was making a sound. The sound was not a word. It was a sound a dragon might make. It was the sound a 16-year-old boy who has been still for a long, long time makes when he stops being still. Sir Roderick Castle, 2 paces away, took Wystan around the waist from behind in a great old wrestler's grip and hauled him backward off the Greyjoy boy. Wystan struggled. Wystan struggled for 2 full seconds and then, all at once, went limp. Sir Roderick set him down on his feet and held his shoulder, hard. "Lad," Roderick said. Lad, stop." Wystan stopped. His chest was heaving. His knuckles were red. His face, oh, his face. Catelyn was not there to see it. Roderick saw it. Maester Luwin, 3 paces away on the steps to the keep, saw it. Eddard Stark, who had been drawn out by the noise from the great hall and who was in the doorway, saw it. 2 stable hands saw it. The new kitchen boy Bell saw it briefly, before he very wisely made himself disappear into the kitchens. The face was a Targaryen face. The face was, for a moment, a face out of old paintings. The face was Aerys's son's son. Then the boy let out a long, shaking breath, and the face went away, came back to itself, became Wystan again. A 16-year-old boy, a Manderley fosterling with a bloody hand and a wet mouth and tears starting at the corners of his eyes that he was not going to let fall. Theon Greyjoy was on the cobbles spitting blood and trying to laugh. "I have him, my lord," Sir Roderick said quietly. "I have him." Eddard Stark came down the steps slowly in the cold sun. He stood in front of Wystan a long count of 3. Then he turned and bent and offered his hand to the Greyjoy boy. Theon took it after a moment and was hauled to his feet, swaying. "Greyjoy." My lord." "You will go to the Maester. You will say you took a fall in the practice yard. You will not say what you said before the fall. If you say what you said before the fall to anyone in any cup in any whisper, I will know. I will know within a day. And the next time you are in a yard with Wystan, You will not have a master-at-arms within 10 paces. Are we clear, Theon? My lord. Are we clear? Clear, my lord. Good, go. Theon went, half carried by a stable boy, across the courtyard to the Maester's turret. He did not look back. Ned turned to Wystan. Lad. My lord. Come with me. They went up. They went to the Lord's Solar. The door was closed. The bolt was thrown. Eddard Stark did not strike the boy. Eddard Stark did not raise his voice. Eddard Stark did the worst thing he had ever done to him, which was to sit down across from him in a chair and look at him for a long minute without speaking. The minute went on. The minute was the length of a small northern winter. At the end of the minute, Wystan was crying, very quietly, with his head down, with his hands folded in his lap. Wystan. My lord. I cannot let that happen again. My lord. Do you understand me? Yes, my lord. You will not be in the practice yard with Theon Greyjoy for 3 moons. You will not be in any room with Theon Greyjoy without me or Maester Luwin or Sir Roderick in the same room. You will not be in the Godswood with your sister without her hood. You will not, on any account ever again, do what you did this morning before 100 witnesses in my courtyard. The next time you cannot hold yourself, you will come to me, day or night, in my solar or in my bed. You will come to me. We will go up to the high battlements together, and you will scream at the wind. The wind has heard worse. The wind keeps secrets, people do not. Are we clear? Clear, my lord. And, Wystan. My lord. I am sorry. The boy looked up. My lord. I am sorry that I have given you a life that has, in 8 years, taught you to be still and not to scream. It is not a life a young man should have. I know it. I am, in my way, sorry for it. But it is the life we have. We will, in our own time, build you a different one. Until then, I need you to hold. I need you to hold, lad. I need you to hold. Will you hold? My lord. Will you hold? I will hold, the boy whispered. I will hold, my lord. Good. They sat for a while together. The fire popped. After some time, Eddard Stark got up and walked around the desk and put his hand on the back of the boy's neck, not Wystan's, not the Manderley fosterling's, just a boy's neck, warm under the northern wool, and held it there briefly, the way a man might hold a son's neck. Then he let go. He did not say anything. He went out. The boy sat alone in the solar a long time. Theon Greyjoy lost the tooth. Maester Luwin reset his nose. Theon walked with a swelling on the left side of his mouth for a fortnight. Theon told everyone who asked that he had taken a hard fall in practice. Theon, very carefully, did not tell anyone what he had said before the fall. Theon was a Greyjoy and a fool, but he was not, this time, that great a fool. The new kitchen boy, Bell, however, was something else. Bell had been on the steps to the kitchen door. Bell had heard nothing by his own account. Bell had seen Wystan strike Theon. Bell had, that same evening, on the very night of the fight, gone out the east gate alone in the dark with a small folded paper, just at moonrise. This time he did not come back. Mira saw him go. Mira saw the small hooded man on the small gray pony at the ash trees. Mira saw a second man come up the road from another direction with a second pony. Mira saw the boy Bell take the second pony, mount, and ride away with the 2 hooded men south, on the east road. Mira watched until they were gone. Mira ran for Maester Luwin. By the time Sir Roderick had 10 horse out the east gate, Bell and his hooded men were, of course, well away. Maester Luwin came up to the Lord's chamber at the 3rd hour past midnight in his slippers and his cloak, with a small folded parchment in his hand. The parchment had been left in the loft above the bread oven. It had been left there carelessly, very carelessly, perhaps deliberately, perhaps not. It contained the writing of the Bolton man's last 7 days, in a clipped northern hand, in the cipher Mira and Luwin had broken in the fortnight before. The 7 days were ordinary, until the 7th. The 7th said, "The boy struck the Greyjoy in the yard today. The boy lost his face. I saw the face. The face was a Targaryen face. I would swear it on any of the 7, my lord. I am leaving tonight. The men will collect me. I will tell you the rest when I see you." Maester Luwin laid the parchment on Eddard Stark's desk. Eddard Stark read it. Eddard Stark did not move for a long moment. Then he rose. He went to the window. He pushed open the shutters. The night air was cold and very black. There were no stars. The wind moved. "How long has the boy?" "4 hours, my lord. They are at Long Lake by now if they have ridden hard." "Send to Howland Reed. Send to Manderley. Send to Serwyn. Send to Tallheart. The boy is not to reach the Dreadfort if it can be helped. He is not to reach Roose Bolton's ear, if he must be intercepted on the moor." "My lord." "Yes." "You are speaking of killing a 12-year-old boy." "I am speaking of stopping a 12-year-old boy." "My lord." "Stopping, Luwin, not killing. He is a boy who has done his lord's work. He does not deserve a death for it. Take him alive if it can be done. Bring him here. He can serve in our kitchens for the rest of his life if he must, very far from his lord, but he is not to reach the Dreadfort." "Yes, my lord." "Send the ravens, Luwin. Now, from your own hand." "Yes, my lord." Maester Luwin went. The door shut. Catelyn was on the bed, in her shift, awake. "Eddard." "They have him. Or they will have him. We have moved fast. We may not have moved fast enough." "And if we have not?" He did not answer. She came across the floor to him. She put her arms around him from behind. She laid her cheek against his back. He stood at the window with his hands on the cold stone sill and did not speak. After a long time he said, very low, "Cat." "Yes." "It has come." "What has?" "The thing we have been afraid of for 8 years. It has come. I can feel it. It has come. The boy has seen the face. Bolton will know inside of a fortnight. He will, if he is wise, sit on the knowledge for 2 seasons. He will use it as a club only when it serves him. But he will know. Then we play for 2 seasons. Then we play for 2 seasons. Then we play, Eddard." "Yes, Cat, yes." The next morning, very early, Sara came up to Wyston's chamber and found him sitting on the edge of his bed in his nightshirt, looking at his bruised hand. The blood had been cleaned from his knuckles. The knuckles were swollen. He was looking at them as if they belonged to someone else. "Wyston." "Sara." "I heard you hit Theon." "I did, sister." "Is he very hurt?" "No more than he deserves." "You should not have." "No, sister." "Why did you?" He looked at her for a long time. She was 7. She had her hood on, even in his chamber by long unconscious habit. She had her small, grave Targaryen face that the household had grown so used to that they almost did not see it anymore. She was, he thought, the most beautiful child in the world. He thought it with the particular hot tenderness of a brother who has nearly let his temper cost his sister her life. "Because he said a thing about you, sister." "What thing?" "That your hair was a strange color." She thought about this. "Wyston." "Yes." "My hair is a strange color." "Yes, sister." "It is a special color, Maester Luwin says." It is. He said the same to me when Lord Stannis came, 3 years ago, I remember. He did. He said only a few people in the world have it now. Yes. You and I. You and I. She sat down on the bed beside him. She took his swollen hand in her small ones very carefully. She turned it over. She looked at the bruise. Wystan. Yes. Do not break your hand for me. I will not be hidden by a broken hand. He laughed then, a sudden soft, small laugh. There were tears in his eyes. No, sister, he said. I will not break my hand for you. I will keep both my hands for you. Good, I want both. She sat by him a little while. The morning light came in slowly at the window. The snow on the courtyard outside was very white. After a while she got up and went out and closed the door behind her, and Wystan sat alone for a long time looking at the bruise on his hand. He thought, for the first time in a long time, about the deck of a ship in the rain. He thought about an old knight dead on a threshold, and a baby in a bundle, and a wolf-cloaked man with gray eyes. He thought about a promise he had made, on a log by a fire, 8 years ago. The promise had been, I will not run, and I will not speak my name, and I will be a quieter boy. He had broken the 3rd clause. He had broken it in a courtyard in the cold, before 100 eyes. He had broken it because a fool of a Greyjoy had said 2 sentences he should not have said. He had to do better. He had to do better than yesterday. He had to do better than any day. He had to be Wystan, every day in every room with every man, until the day his foster father came up the steps and unlocked the door of his life and let him be Viserys again. He clenched his bruised hand. He winced. He let it go. He would hold. He would hold. Far to the south, in the great squat black toad of the Dreadfort, in a small chamber off the Lord's Hall, Lord Roose Bolton sat at his desk in the candlelight and waited for a kitchen boy to come home. The kitchen boy did not come home. The kitchen boy was, at that hour, lying in a small gray reed shed at the edge of the long lake, very alive, with 2 crannogmen of the Reed banner on either side of him, eating cold bread, and with a small silver coin tucked into his fist from the Lady of Greywater Watch herself, with her thanks, and her assurance that he would never be permitted to write a letter to Lord Bolton again in his life. The 2 hooded men who had tried to escort the boy south had been shot in the throat, very neatly, from cover, by men the boy never saw. The hooded men had been Boltons, and they had been buried under reeds in a quiet small place, and they would not be missed by anyone who would tell anyone. The kitchen boy lived. The kitchen boy did not get to the Dreadfort. Lord Roose Bolton sat at his desk in his candlelight a little longer than usual that night. Then he wrote, in his careful narrow hand, 6 words on a small clean parchment. The words were, "We will need a faster bird." He locked the parchment in a small carved box. He blew out the candle. A fortnight after the kitchen boy did not come home, on a still cold morning, the first raven from Howland Reed came up the King's Road. The crannogmen had taken the boy. The crannogmen had taken the 2 Bolton men. The boy was alive. The boy would speak. The boy was now in a small reed shelter at the edge of the neck, and would be there until Lord Stark sent word what to do with him. A second raven came 3 days later. The second raven was from Lord Wyman Manderley. The second raven said only, "I have heard of the matter. I have moved my own pieces. There will be no other Bolton men on the East Road for the next 3 moons. Forgive my delay. I am very fat, W." A third raven came that night. The third raven was from a man in the Long Lake village who had served the old Lord Rickard Stark for 30 years, and who, in his small private way, had been Eddard's eyes and ears for 15. The raven said only, "A second man left the Dreadfort yesterday. He is on a faster horse. He is alone. He is going west." Ned read the 3 messages by the candle in his solar. He read them twice each. Then he laid them out on the desk before him, in order, like cards in a small, grim game. "3 pieces," he said. "3 pieces, my lord," said Maester Luwin from the second chair. "Howland has the first. Manderley will hold the east. The third is on the road and will be at the Wolf's Wood by tomorrow." "Yes, my lord." "He will not stop in the Wolf's Wood. He will go around it. He will come up by the western road through the Serwyn lands. He will be in Lord Serwyn's hall in 3 days. He will, perhaps, be there for a single supper, and then he will be gone again, and Lord Serwyn will not entirely have noticed which traveler he was." "Yes, my lord." "Send to Serwyn, Luwin, tonight. Buy 2 birds. Tell him a small problem may be guesting at his hearth in 3 days. Tell him to keep his hospitality and his ale, and not to draw a sword, and not to say a word, but to send to me the next morning a clean private list of every traveler who slept in his hall the night before. We will know him by his absence. He will be the man Lord Serwyn cannot account for. We will then send to White Harbor and the mountain clans. We will then have the Littles take him at the High Pass." "Yes, my lord." "And Luwin." "Yes." "Tell the Littles to take him alive." "Yes, my lord, I will tell them. The Littles, my lord, are not famous for taking men alive at the high passes." "Tell them nonetheless." "Yes, my lord." The Littles took him alive. It was a near thing. It was a thing that involved an avalanche of small stones in a narrow place, and 3 little cousins on a high ridge with bows, and a fast brown horse that had to be put down in a ditch, and a Bolton swordsman who was very good with his sword, and who killed 2 Littles before the 3rd Little's grandmother. For the grandmother had ridden up the pass that morning on her old white pony with a long, wicked bog knife. On account of her grandsons being slow, and her age being against waiting for them, had cracked the man on the side of his head with the flat of a stone hatchet and put him in a sack. He came down to Winterfell in a covered cart 5 days afterward, with a broken arm and a cracked head, and a great deal of swearing under his breath. He was put in a deep cell beneath the keep. He would not see daylight again in his lifetime, except through a small barred window over a northern moor. He would, however, live. He had not reached the Dreadfort. He had not delivered his news. He had not even known by the end of his ride that he was being followed at all. 2 pieces, 3 pieces, the board had moved. Roose Bolton, in his small narrow hand, wrote a 4th small parchment in the small chamber off his hall. The 4th parchment said only, "The wolf is faster than we had thought." He locked it in his small carved box. He blew out his candle. He went to bed. In Winterfell, in his cell beneath the keep, the Bolton swordsman dreamed, on his thin pallet, of a kitchen and a leech and a small narrow letter. In the Lord's solar, on the night the man had been brought in, Eddard Stark sat for a long time with his head in his hands and did not speak. Catelyn sat beside him. Maester Luwin sat across the desk. None of them spoke for a quarter hour. Then Maester Luwin said, very quietly, "My lord." "Yes." "We have bought a year, perhaps 2. Lord Bolton will sit on his suspicions until he can bring his own pieces back into play, and his pieces are gone now, and he cannot lift another for some time without showing his hand. We have, in effect, won this hand." "Aye." "But, my lord." "Yes, Luwin." "He will not stop." "No, Luwin, he will not stop. And we cannot keep killing his pieces forever." "No." There will come a season when one of his messengers does reach him. There will come a season when some letter does cross some desk. We are buying years. We are not buying endings. I know, Luwin, I know. A small silence. Then Catelyn, who had not spoken in a long while, said, Eddard. Yes. In a year, perhaps 2. Yes. We may have to go to the king. He looked at her. We may, he said. Before he comes to us. Yes. Before another lord beats us to the saying of the secret. Yes. That is a hard thing, my lord. Yes, my lady. It would be Robert. Yes. It would be a horse and 3 weeks in your saddle, and a dinner with him in the Red Keep, and your cup of wine at his hand. Yes, my lady. And he might forgive you. He might. And he might not. He might not. And then you would not come home. Then I would not come home. She drew breath. I do not love that strategy, she said. Nor do I. I would prefer a different strategy. So would I. Have we one? We have many. None of them are good. Then they are all, my lord, alike to me. Choose the one you can sleep at night with. Sleep is becoming rare in this castle. I would have you sleep again before you take any horse anywhere. Yes, my lady. Eddard. Yes. Bed. Yes, my lady. He went to bed. He slept badly. He dreamed of a great hall in King's Landing where his oldest friend laughed at him. And the laugh became, slowly, a snarl, and the snarl became, slowly, a great hot animal thing that broke a chair beside the throne and started across the floor, and Ned woke before it reached him. In the morning he washed his face in cold water and went down into the courtyard and watched Wystan go through the morning forms with Sir Roderick. The boy was working his bruised hand carefully, holding the practice sword in a slightly different grip. His face was set. His face was not angry. His face was tired and quiet. He moved well. He held himself well. He did not, when he went past Theon Greyjoy in the line, look at Theon at all. Theon, who had been told to come back to the practice yard and to be civil, did not look at Wystan either. They moved past each other as if there were a wall of glass. Eddard Stark watched him for a quarter-hour from the steps. Then he went back inside. That afternoon, Sara came up to the Maester's turret with a small folded parchment in her hand. The parchment was a drawing. The drawing was of a black dragon flying over a snow-covered keep. The dragon was very carefully shaded. The keep had a small gray direwolf banner over its tower. The dragon, on close inspection, had a small gray direwolf in its claws, but the wolf was not being clutched in fear. The wolf was being carried, the way a mother cat carries a kitten, by the scruff. The dragon's eye in the drawing was a careful pale violet. The wolf's eye was a careful pale gray. She laid it on Maester Luwin's desk. Maester. Sara. I made it for Wystan. Mamma said in the Lord's chamber, not in the great hall. Then I thought, Wystan does not need cheering. I think he is sad already. I think I will give it to father. Lord Stark, you mean? Yes. MH. He is in his solar child. Will you give it to him? I will. She thanked him. She went out. She closed the door very carefully behind her. Maester Luwin sat for a long time with the small drawing on his desk under the candle. He looked at the violet eye on the dragon. He looked at the gray eye on the wolf. He looked at the way the wolf in the dragon's claws was being carried, not killed. He thought of a great many things. He thought of 46 letters in his lord's hand. He thought of a kitchen boy at the edge of the neck. He thought of a swordsman in a sack on a little pony. He thought of a girl who was beginning to look, in firelight, very like the woman who had been her mother. He thought of a boy who had a Targaryen face and was trying very hard, every day, to wear a different one. He took the drawing up to the Lord Solar that evening himself. He laid it on Eddard Stark's desk without comment. Eddard Stark looked at it. He looked at it for a long time. He did not speak. After a while he rose and walked to the small carved box at the corner of his desk, where he kept his most private papers, and he opened the box, and he laid the drawing very carefully inside. On top of a small folded parchment that said in his own handwriting 46 letters and a list of names and dates. He closed the box. He locked it. He put the key on the small thong he wore around his neck. He sat down again. He looked at the Maester. "Luwin." "Yes, my lord." "How long do we have?" 5 years, the Maester said very quietly. 8 at the outside. The blood is in her, and the blood is showing, and the blood will not, my lord, be much longer hidden. 5 to 8 years, Luwin. "Yes, my lord." "Then we have 5 to 8 years to lay every stone left in the heap." "Yes, my lord." "Then we will lay them." "Yes, my lord." In Winterfell, in the snow, in the morning, Eddard Stark stood at the high battlement above the east gate with his cloak around him and his hands on the cold stone, and looked out across his country, and waited, with his own kind of stillness, for whatever was going to come next.